$300. They asking me if I.
Yeah, they asked you how you knew about a dry drowning. I mean, listen, I'm pretty sure in warmer states they teach you about that shit.
I mean, yeah, I know what it is. I know what it is, but I just don't think it happened.
Yeah, I can honestly say your Chris McDonough interview was more scripted, I should say.
Yeah, it was more just like they asked stupid questions. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but I'm saying, I can honestly say by the looks of that video, bro, Graham Bun there was trying to fucking control the whole situation.
When nobody was home, who saw the guy working? I don't know. The dude said he was home.
But that's what you just said. But that's what you just said, though. You said that Donnie was home.
No, I'm saying he said who saw the dude walking around when nobody was home. If nobody was home, how did you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying you said that Donnie got a hold of kids who's walking around.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not gonna lie about something like that. But why he say nobody was home?
Because Donnie's trying to say he was at work that whole time.
So the dude said he was home. So more just like they asked stupid questions.
Yeah, they asked you how you knew about a dry drowning. I mean, listen, I'm pretty sure in warmer states they teach you about that shit.
I mean, yeah, I know what it is. I know what it is, but I just don't think it happened.
Yeah, I can honestly say your Chris McDonough interview was more scripted, I should say.
Yeah, it was more just like they asked stupid questions. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but I'm saying, I can honestly say by the looks of that video, bro, Graham Bun there was trying to fucking control the whole situation.
When nobody was home, who saw the guy working? I don't know. The dude said he was home.
But that's what you just said. But that's what you just said, though. You said that Donnie was home.
No, I'm saying he said who saw the dude walking around when nobody was home. If nobody was home, how did you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying you said that Donnie got a hold of kids who's walking around.
Yeah, I'm never right, but why did I lie about something like that? But why you say nobody was home?
Because Donnie's trying to say he was at work that whole time.
I don't think he was.
So if Donnie was at work, how did he call fucking Candace to tell her some dude was scoping up the property?
Exactly what I'm trying to say. For a few minutes, no. It's so right, and I don't think this is a good idea.
Listen, it was not my idea. I fought with this man not to do this. This was all him.
No. She was not.
Burger King or Sonic first.
Don't be ready for all the questions from the retards.
Well, listen, he's giving up what he can. So, protect yourself. Well, listen.
Yeah.
Did you guys go to Burger King that day?
Yeah, she got some food from Burger King. She always gets food. She gets fries. She loves fries. The boys was the next week cleaning.
I guess, I don't know. You don't know he wasn't in there. He wasn't at the crib. How do you supposed to know what the boys are doing?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I mean, some of this shit's just repetitive BS. First time I hear about Betty. Fuck him. He ain't nothing.
Never heard. Candace never mentioned it. Well, I think that's all I can say is just call it TV. I put all the on girl. I ain't got shit to do with it. End of story. That's it. But Betty got the house for your sister, man. Until court, I ain't got no court. What are you talking about?
So apparently, by you talking about this right now, apparently your mom being in the hospital was all bullshit. Right. Oh no, buddy! I told you this backlash is gonna be hell, and you don't want to listen to me. So now we both get stuck with this.
Hey, first off, the guy proof just gonna take the live from yesterday. I don't care what nobody. All right, so look, we've been lay out for the questions for a while since y'all are gonna sit here and say that all this.
No, it ain't you guys. It ain't my people. It's Benny Ski's fault.
Benny Ski's fault. Tell him to fucking drop his nuts and then come find me. That's all I gotta say. How you do, Candace? So no, that's not.
But everybody's praying for moms. She's doing. It's all on her now. On her, but she is progressing.
Sister.
You know your uncle's gonna bust your ass. CPS was involved before the day she went missing.
No, I don't think so.
All right, there you go.
Okay, and the only reason why I've had CPS involved for 8 years ago.
We already know that one. It's Hunter finally speaking. This is what you all wanted. It's what y'all been bugging out for. I'll tell you. Wait a minute. There you go.
I like Karen Inspector there.
What?
I like Karen Inspector.
Yeah, are you all right?
So. Your timeline you're looking for is year off. Look, we'll talk about this when we figure out this situation with Benny. We'll talk about the rest of it. Right now, since he's watching us and trying to flip everything, I'll have like,
explain it, buddy, because guess what? Your whole channel's gonna get struck, you fucking dumb bastard.
What fix this? And then he's finding sued for harassment on my sister.
Oh shit. Oh shit. You're right.
Why you say that?
Do not. I'm talking about do not send Fat Man over there to deal with him.
What do you say?
Oh no, it's what he did. And that's since he wants to call us all out.
A link to the true. It might have, yeah, but we well,
Well, you can fucking be careful. He might not let you. Little kid won't let you in. Oh, shit. Well, look at your fucking dirty ass face, bitch. Bet. I don't need you. Listen, bet. Back 100. We'll fucking pull right up, motherfucker. We'll pull right up.
My lawyer called my sister and said that she said that dude we're going to court tomorrow. He's getting fined and he is being sued.
All right. Good.
And True getting pressed charges on that. She's not going to.
Go! Eric, rub the net. Show you with Nick. Show you with Nick. You dumb bastard.
Let's see.
Over there right now, fucking with him. So let it be.
So I'm getting what I can. What's going on?
You want to let you fly so you can go see mom?
We gotta wait till 2:20. Chill, man. But yeah, she just got off the phone with her. I love the block feature throughout the internet. What's that mean?
Yeah. I don't know what that means either, but then he's a fucking dumbass and Eric's over there right now. Block people.
Yeah, you gotta be able to block people.
Oh, well, I mean, just the other Chris. This is quite a question who's long live Bam Bam. No, regretting my comment.
That's what that means. And Bam Bam, that's me.
Bam Bam grew older. Andrew. Because let's be real, I know that you being that forward-thinking voice of reason a lot of times for them. You know Bam Bam grew older. Andrew. Because let's be real, I know that you being that forward-thinking voice of reason a lot of times for them. You know that a lot of the stuff they're saying right now is not helpful in a lot of situations. A whole lot of stuff in the way it's being said.
Let's not go there.
Good boy.
They asking me if I.
Yeah, they asked you how you knew about drag rounding. I mean, listen, I'm pretty sure in more states they teach you about that shit.
I mean, yeah, I know what it is. I know what it is, but I just don't think I had it.
Yeah, I can honestly say your Chris McDonough interview was more scripted, I should say.
Yeah, it was more just like they asked stupid questions.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I can honestly say by the looks of that video, bro, Graham Bun there was trying to fucking control the whole situation.
When nobody was home, who saw the guy working? I don't know. The dude said he was home.
But that's what you just said, though. You said that Donnie was home.
No, I'm saying he said who saw the dude running around when nobody was home. If nobody was home, how did you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying Graham Bun there was trying to fuck.
More just like they asked stupid questions.
I mean, your Chris McDonough interview was more scripted, I should say.
Yeah, it was more just like they asked stupid questions. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but I'm saying I can honestly say, but scripted, I should say. Yeah, I can honestly say your Chris McDonough interview was more scripted, I should say.
Yeah, it was more just like they asked stupid questions. I'm like, what?
Morning, guys. I'm here, obviously. Health is sort of taken a dive lately. So I've not been present as much. But I think it's time to start outing certain things. At least somewhat. Especially because of timing and things. And because of my health. And there was a reason. Several of them. Sort of rest everything in the way back to warn others to stay the entire fuck away from this realm. Not just because of the green eyes. And I can tell you that green eyes sits amongst the people and is a thing in and around the very people that Monster thinks Buddy still has kept him, whatever. And that those he thinks are his friends still reside amongst those very much not. I would Say the same to Don and Candace as well. Though I'm sure they know-ish. Not real sure. This bullshit over here on YouTube is not just social media. Not just log off and it will go away. Not just don't speak and it'll be okay. The things these groups, these tiered systems of assholes, failures, monsters, true crime sleuths, cul-de-sac fucking bored ass Karens, cons, silver tongues, abusers, frauds, dopeheads, the whole nine. Perfect feeding ground. This place, what they do from bottom to top, even the top tier, on down to these little specks here. It's not just social media. Not just funsies. Not just entertainment. Not just. It is very dark, dangerous, and extreme, horrifying game they all play. Especially these fucking sleuths and these abject fucking failures that use them. They all use one another, let's be real. Don't they? Especially a top tier. Using the little criminal empires down here on the bottom tier. Get up to their dirty work. These little sleuths and such. And in between. It ain't just a game. It ain't just social media. Oh, somebody's saying something bad. Somebody's doing whatever. It'll be okay. Sweets. It'll all go away. People know it. It's not just. Part of what they rely on is it becoming such a shit show. So convoluted and so much chaos. So many winding and revolving pieces that nobody can hopefully find their way through it. Nobody listening to it, hearing it, nobody present for all of it could ever hope to keep up. They'd think anybody saying anything about it, they would look at you like you were fucking batshit. And they'd never believe it. That, too, is what they rely on to keep getting away with this in open and active cases. And in real lives that they really affect. Ain't just games. Ain't just social media. It's not helping the least. It's not trying to solve anything. It's the exact opposite, actually. I'm watching the same be done. Again, Sebastian's case, just like you all are. Except a whole lot of you are viewing it as entertainment purposes only, or help. It's not. But watching they keep telling you there's similarities in Sebastian and Summers. But the main similarities are the tragedy pimps. People. The extreme nature that they're setting into Sebastian's, in a way, which is still lower and less than how they did. It's. But the way in which they're doing Sebastian's, and watching the first hard onslaught in a way that they've not done others that have overlapped with Summers throughout this time, has been able to line up quite a few of the pieces and to show further, I don't know, it was being able to sit back the last few weeks and just watch such a good example, and is still continuing to be. And they're putting it together in the same manner that has been done around Summers. Same players, same tiered systems, same assholes, same groups. Though to many of y'all it looks like it's different ones. It's not. It is, but it's not. It is, whatever. For several years, almost 3, we've all walked and lived this real life. June 15th, 21 till now. Well, before coming into any sort of real contact, this place, public, any of it. A great deal many things started occurring rapidly. The night Summer vanished. And by that night, I mean people already locally playing with these tragedy pimps, doing fuck shits. I mean, after her alert was released and calls starting to come into our families by groups related to some of these bigger tragedy pimps, and them starting to pull everything and anything they could, and For some of us, we didn't need to. Yeah, we heard once, twice. Ah, well, social media sucks. It's doing whatever, but it's in a distant way, right? When we did bother to open Facebook or anything like that, it was mostly just hear all these Summer Wills groups or whatever was being tossed at us because of algorithms, who were, la la, basic news stuff coming through, things like that. Whatever Dawn and Candace were fucking doing from day to day. Dawn having fits on Facebook. You just think, well, whatever. Some of us, unlike Fred, Laura, Dawn, Candace, didn't have our fucking noses in and around everything fucking social media, giving a most of the shit was so disgusting you couldn't even look at it. Didn't really have a concept beyond facing at certain points, a couple weeks in this era, you start seeing places lined up with altered pics of Summer, gross ass shit that horrified the hell out of you. That people just did whatever with. Altered, tampered with, screwed with it. Make you about want to vomit, give you nightmares. But without having the true concept of what this deep dark bullshit is, you still pick up on certain things in real life, real time. Little things. Those little things include moments like coming out to access enough Wi-Fi through someone else's hotspot, sitting in a priceless parking lot, seeing just enough of H's whatever with McDonough and hearing, even at that time it was bleeped out, You're going, man, I know what name's behind that. Why? I'm like, whatever. Kids all fucked up. It doesn't matter. Who knows what the hell they're all doing? It's some Yahoo social media bullshit. It'll pass. Whatever. Not worried in the least because ain't nothing to it. But the one, and like, you only hear a portion. You realize there's a whole bunch of bullshit. All that's garbage. And not the one I just played, but the original one off of, the Notorious interview. But all that shit's fucked up, convoluted, fucking wrong. So you pay it no attention. Other than you go, why in the hell? Why in the absolute hell? And it sticks with you, right? Like, why in the hell? That name over Fred's doesn't make a lick of fucking sense. But okay, whatever. You think, that kid's got shit way fucked up. Way fucked up. Man, whatever. Yeah. But you also are able to go, wait a minute. But Allie and something she'd said, or something, at that point, or around the same period as, no, there's this person they were helping feed dogs, but we can't mention him. But then later on does, like, so those two, you're curious about it. Like, that's weird. Yeah, Clark's told not to, but then later on they slip, and they're just like, same people though. Same person. No, LE wouldn't have said anything like that. A directive. Who the fuck is behind that? What the hell's going on here? Somebody else besides LE had Allie thinking. Couldn't mention that name. Probably because they knew they'd bleep it out in an interview later on. Or at, probably needed to, sell the unbleeped version in a members only area at a certain point. Or didn't want to risk defamation in this area. I don't know. Hell if I know. Or being wrong again, especially since that revolved around certain shit, right? Just coming off the, Tito shit and all that crap. Current and start, Axe Rocks, whole nine. You just can't with all of it, right? Especially when you already got one TV show for being a dumbass. Fucking up other people's real lives. And falsely. Because you want things to fit because you just want them to fit. Because you have to have it that way. Because you need some sort of redemption from all the fuck-ups for all fucking years. If you're fucking stupid, you're no good at this. Now I know everybody else over here, they're piss-ass afraid of certain folks like McDonough. Me, I'm not. I don't give a fuck. I give no flying fucks. That dude, nor Cold Case, nor any of these top tier shit stains, right me in the least. I don't like dirt. I don't like fucking liars. And I don't like people who try to pigeonhole other motherfuckers for shit they ain't done. I don't like inept assholes who go around making the same goddamn mistakes for years, no matter whose lives it destroys. I don't like people who have entire groups doing some of the most fucked up shit because they think it'll never be figured out or they can use them like, those still active police and others do. And, you use the little lower tier feeders or snitches or, to get up to your shit for you and work for you. And then, whatever. But obviously, when you ain't got really credentials anymore and you're doing such fuck shit, I'd say it falls into certain bounds. I guess, though, you're no longer whatever. You don't have access to real people to do that. You come online and you get groups to do dirty work. And then whether they just go full tilt on their own or whether it's all directed and such, and then shit just gets a little wilder than you expected or whatever. Because you can't really control that realm. You can't really use it as a tool. Once you let certain horses out of the barn, they just run on their own too. But I mean, if you still wanted to play like you're real whatever, and you don't really have any avenues to do that other than trying to use social media as a tool, and then you keep fucking up over and over and over again in front of the world, even long before you met social. But man, to keep repeating the same pattern and not learning from it and not caring over and over again what you do or cause in real people's lives. It's, in cases you think that something that'll forever why the hell would anyone with any real anything step into an open and active case then I don't know instantly summer vanishing? Was it cold yet? Did the feds or police or anybody else ask? I'm gonna doubt that. I'm gonna doubt that. Especially since Leslie and TBI and all them and such have made that clear that's not happening. And the local papers called certain people a YouTuber or podcast or whatever the hell it is. While they proclaimed social media could be used as such a great tool. Yeah? Tool for what? and for whom. Because in my opinion, it ain't been for Summer. From the very first moments this realm got wind of Summer vanishing on the 15th, they, as in, well, everyone, crime sleuths, top tier, bottom tier, specks of shit on the salad bar down here, that type of thing. Like every case, been headhunting all of us. Just like they do in every case. It's all about acquisitions and sales. Tragedy pimping. People's fucking hobbies. Needful things. No matter whom want to destroy. Just like you're watching doing Sebastian. But it's so dark. Deep in there. So criminal. But you know, I remember looking at him the night that got out for a few minutes. Seeing a blip of that interview. I'm like, what the hell though? It's like, what the fuck is this? He's like, I don't know. Didn't really care, much like I did at the time. It's like, because we all knew there was nothing to it. Right? Didn't have any real care either for whoever this jackass, and stuff was, or what age was saying. It's like, whatever. But still, those two things I mentioned earlier stuck. And then because of the way things went, but obviously I and everything occurring there, including Summer vanishing, was not in his purview or of interest. And because it's not built like me or others, and attention not paid to much of anything ever. It wasn't thinking about or putting pieces together. And it damn well wasn't present for months after. Summer vanished at a certain point. It was no longer present to see and hear and experience and to know certain things like some of us were, because we still were in there. In that fucking cursed ass road. the onslaught really starting to take hold. Even after warnings of the first night, things after this group and the calls, because it didn't have to be on social media or super genius to realize, call ain't right. Please do not answer that phone. Please do not talk to those people. But they continued. Posts on Facebook and all these things, but it didn't matter. Yeah, they are fucking Google around here, right? Property shit pulled, names, placing it with, instantly. Didn't matter. Not even months later when and the kids made the decision to warn certain folks away from this realm, because by that point I knew enough. Knew enough. And in order to try to keep others safe and from what I thought to be taking place and what I knew to be taking place against our and the children at the very least, and already had evidence and proof of. Problem is, some people could only see in dollar signs and sell masks and whatever. When it only runs on gas and fire. Gas to fire, it didn't help. Still doesn't. And despite what a certain person has known me to be our entire lives. And the brain, right? That I often got hurt over, bled over, broken over, terrorized over. I couldn't even look at me without sunglasses on. Because my wiring versus monsters and things and critters, it sees, it discerns. It's kind of most of our issue. For a very long time. So I could often tell certain person was up to things even before they got up to them. Language changes, or little things. Speech patterns, behaviors, body movements, musical change, just you know, It's always having to parcel through the bullshit, you know? They're always, even in real time, from June 15th forward. From C&Ds to H's to Alley's to everybody else's fucking Jose's, blah, 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 blah. Fred's, Dudley's. No idea to pick out what you know to be truth from all of them, but then you also have to put in the fact that all are surrounded by tragedy pimps. They're being screwed with certain degrees, paid, doing this or whatever, you know? And then who's doing what for what reasons, and masks are hiding of little shit and fear of that, and you have to pull all that apart too. It's like fucking taffy with cat hair stuck in it, you know? Now you see where it concerns certain top tier players around here, you know pretty instantly that shit's fud. Kind of discern that from the way back. C&D even calling you. No, not. Here's all this stuff going on. Summer, real detectives, real this, real that. Still very much present. And then here's one, I guess, from social media, right? Calling in the middle of the night, weird shit. I don't know if people are drinking or what they're doing, or they've got word that. C&D going, how in the hell? I don't know. So many lies, so much bullshit. And this is weird. It's a little funky. Yeah. And here are the shares and the bennies at certain points. Those types. You hear the fucked up, purposeful bullshit twisting of the red truck crap between Dawn and chasing and share. I guess in real time. Nobody concerned that fucking bullshit. You're just trying to strive the drive. You know? – you're concerned that people have information wrong on the red truck. Nobody else is concerned. Oh my god, what the hell? Goes later on, that's fucking stupid games too. There's admittances that night of, oh yeah, I did that to my sister. I'm like, yeah, no shit. Can we just like make it back to Van Hill without mine? Narcissus. Come to points where within just a few days coming into contact with this group, right? They're pulling all kinds of fuck shit. You know they're stalking you, you know that they're increasing traffic around you, they're emotionally, psychologically manipulating you, they're playing capture the fucking flag and acquisitions and sales with you, you know, payments have been traded, you know that something real funky with everything from fucking scamathon to everything. Start getting blackmails, fucked with, kids to make certain ways if you don't acquiesce and give them everything, you know, Sam. But you also know what's true at the same time is that somebody around somewhere is also trying to set up the very same person you're just trying to fucking survive, outlast, and live beyond at the same time, and it makes it real hard. But you know that right's right and wrong's wrong. And you take real exception to all of it. To all of it being done to all of us here in this community, and especially those closest in around Summer's world. You don't even want the fact that though an abuser is an abuser and this and blah blah blah, that they too are being set up. One of the earliest of us. And it's true. Even before we were public known, I mean, you know what I mean? This group obviously knew Egan's. We weren't public. But Candace had been recorded. You know, the things exist with X pseudo MIL, the post. We can link hopeless assholes, Sweetie Pilo, Serafina, those groups, web sleuths, McDonough, others, Candace being recorded, Dawn doxing us at a certain point, Allie and H, harassed. Hours, days, weeks. Choir the neighbor who heard the scream. start gearing towards the neighbor, who I assume, obviously, well, I mean, you can see Dawn feeding off info to PG and all, with it, everybody else about mine and monsters situation, etc., but also interest in, at a certain point, with Monster, by those like McDonough, because some kid who wanted to be Snoopy and look around, see his phone, do whatever, send a message that never made a fuck, because it too isn't shit. And the "it's done" text is not shit. Never was, never will be. Just isn't. But somebody, some super sleuth, is like, aha! How about Betty wasn't like, aha! If he was working with Ellie or anybody else, because he'd know the timing of that, held in data. Reams and reams of it. He wouldn't have made an interview. Making that a thing. And then, I don't know, scripting interviews to where it made it seem like the bleeped out names and that was really the super big bad whatever inside of it. Though, beasts are beasts, but you put the right shit on the right people. Or you can just keep being fucking wrong. And a joke. And a failure. And a fuck up. I guess no matter whose lives you destroy. Over and over and over. Have a kid, maybe say all kinds of shit, mix it up, and kid who was pretty toasted and soaked on the 15th. Yeah, it seems like a hot idea. Probably make them believe they're speaking to somebody with real clout, real capabilities, real blah 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 that can, whatever. I don't know. It's my guess. Make them think maybe it's for the greater good. Get shit shook up like a good tool, right? Pit everybody against everybody. Cause distrust to grow even worse than it already was, Wait, what? Somebody come out and say a thing, do a thing, turn somebody in, blah, 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 blah. Solve something. Finally clean off that fucking taint left behind certain TV specials. Make up for all the other bullshit. Same goofy ass bullshit in every other fucking case online. Certain folks been touching for a few years. No matter whose lives. All taking advantage of the fucking kid again. To do it, market. Make people think you have real shit, real tools, real whatever. Guess for idiots, cul-de-sac Karens, crime sleuths, probably eat and feed and buy that bullshit. I ain't one of them. And you see, I can only guess at the fuckery or scripting that interview and such. Quite it with my own experiences with certain people trying to make me, telling me outright they're working with Lawson and otherwise. Though while here, their timing didn't add up and their goddamn fucking pretend yeehaw cowboy stupid I know bullshit when I hear it, see it. It's like some people, I guess, watch TV and they're like, oh yeah, that's what they do, you know, just stupid games. Like, oh look, I watched this cop show one time and they just make these people stupid. Like, yeah, I gotta tell you, I've rarely seen real or good cops or anything play the stupid fucking games I've witnessed. Attempt to be played on nine others and by those you think would know better. See, here's what the real cops and real feds and real everybody around Summer's case know. Man, all they gotta do is come speak to us. No games needed. No, oh, let's make them wait a few minutes and stew and in time, you know. Certain people know what the fuck I'm talking about. And what they did. And probably how I could instantly go, yeah, no. Demanding it by God from now on. I needed to answer the phone whenever X, Y, and Z, and they called. And, don't ignore me again. Excuse the fuck out of me, bro. Wrong bitch. Wrong lifetime. No real cop or Fed, TBI, FBI, state, anybody would do that. Because I know we pick up the phone, answer the knocks at the door. Ain't no need for stupid fucking games. And if anybody was actually working with anybody, they would have made them aware of that. Now what, man? Yeah. And they would have already had information from those people that were made half, well, no, 99.9% of stupid shit they were asking of Candace and Dawn, H, Allie, and myself, and others. You wouldn't need to come to ask us. It's like Seraphina all up in my inbox going, who's this person? That person. I'm like, bitch, you're psychic. You tell me. See, that's how you know bullshit. So you know somebody's fucking with you full tilt. I don't like it. I don't like dirt. And those who know me know that I'll eat dirt as quick as I'll eat anything else. Maybe even quicker. Not a big fan of it. Not in the least. But I can tell you there's been a real big push. For some reason. I don't know. Probably because it needed to fit certain scripts and narratives and shit people wanted to shed and blue couch the fuck up. Especially after acquiring Dawn's sisters. And they had to make it a big bad drug dealer. Somebody sneaking around touching the little kids. Sailed several marathons in. All kinds of shit to run a narrative. To make one around Summer's case. Make it fit what they thought or their preferred fucking opinion on. And so they heard about a text. Wasn't shit. And then they heard, ooh, this one. And Andy. But Andy never made sense. It's waving in and out. What the fuck is this shit with H? The fuck didn't he name Fred? What the fuck's going on here? I'm like, fuck it. And you bleep it out. And you give public more curiosity. Well, what's behind that? And a little while later, you sell it unbleep. And then it really, piques people's curiosity, which gets that person insight on. And though that person may be an abuser and everything, it doesn't make them responsible for Summer vanishing on the 15th. But it didn't matter. And despite all proof to the contrary, people kept it up until, well, they really couldn't. And then you know what happens? I get eaten alive online for years. That's the same fucking group that, I don't know, all limp to and from certain fucking failures. Ties that bind. Wrenches that bind. Proof that binds. You know where I get eaten? I get eaten because of a goddamn scream. A scream that even I take in and out of my own hustles and fires every day. Never makes sense to get eaten over a fucking scream, does it? Though we witnessed and heard other things that you think matter more and do. But you know why? Hazard a bet. And it's always toss-ups. Like, well, you have C&D and their camp doing the same thing and eating over the scream and whatnot, or using it at certain periods as there. But, yeah, I don't know. You have an entire abundance of tragedy pimps eating you over a fucking scream. All limping back and forth. Crime sleuths and McDonough. I'm gonna bet it's because it didn't fit some people's narratives. Because it made it difficult to push certain stories. Preferred theories. Certain folks. Shed, sold, blah, blah, blah. It's a possibility, I guess. You got the 423 chase calls. You got the bullshit at the hotel. You blackmail to make my son look XYZ if I don't. Whatever. You got green eyes running the foot. Muck, muck, muck. All these horrible, horrifying, terrible fucking things, real life crimes being committed against us. All. All of us being made to look certain ways and like things we are not, have never been, and never will be. By a whole host of many, but a lot, coming down the pipeline from a main few. Them directing, them dropping the first things in. Have it done for years. And that includes even true monsters. But you do not put shit where it does not. Just don't. You don't do what is being done over and over and over and over and over again in active and ongoing investigations. To real families, victims, survivors, fighters, communities, law enforcement, and courts. For any good reason. Just don't do that. Anyway, I think it is a good idea to play some things for you all today. So that you can see and have the proof and the little pieces. Not just my words. And that way, if ever, even Andy wants to get a clue, maybe lawyer up and sue the shit out of certain people. He'll have them. Because I will tell you that at a certain point, it's like that Moselle bullshit, eh? The other little pieces of proof in the background and otherwise, and out in the open. The harm. The bullshit it brought to my entire family. with all the things certain fuck faces, certain top tier fuck faces have done. I absolutely intend to do the same. But you see, the problem with the Moselle thing is that paperwork was handed over to what certain people thought were their friendsies and helping them because masks were important and shit. And they didn't think about it. And they didn't know, didn't discern the bigger game of it. Giving perfect weapons to top tiers and otherwise to try to annihilate us, they thought for funsies and profit, whatever, but, didn't think about, or didn't know, and don't realize. Either way, they handed over paperwork, and then you have AB, Penny, Moselle, the rest. Just think that was coincidence? And that Chris M took down all of Moselle's shit, accused her after, and they just come into contact at the convention before, those things, and Moselle's been proven to be a fucking liar in other cases and things before, and all that. Just think that wasn't done on purpose? Of course it was. But Monster had no clue how far it went. He thought it was just them or to harm me. Out in the open, do whatever on their own accord. Had no clue, maybe, at a certain point, that the only reason it was ever really acquired wasn't just to try to blame it and to really make it look sus out in the public at certain points. Certain folks. But that it was acquired and kept cleaning as a weapon to annihilate I and these children. And to fuck with all of us as witnesses on June 15th. Because it wasn't there on June 15th. But we were. It's Mama's post. All of these things. It wasn't there, but we were. And only thought of self. It couldn't think it was acquired in order to be weaponized to destroy us and to discredit and to keep us, myself namely, from hunting or calling out. Shut this shit down. Figure out anything easily, quickly. All I could think of was self. Well, for close to 3 years, I've stood here even of a goddamn hurricane, trying to keep all of us safe, including my own goddamn abuser. Stop. His family has abused us. The rest of the community from these setups. Fuck shits. And assholes and sleuths online. Imagine trying to survive something still, but also trying to protect it while it's weaponized and used. It's happy about being used against you. It's a hell of a walk to take as you compile for everybody's greater good. But you still call out what's right and what's wrong. And you still speak about domestic violence, abuses, but you're still trying to survive. While you're still trapped in box, but also trying to keep even things that trap and box you safe. While you get more and more afraid to reach out. While these tragedy panels your own abuser plays with keep you from getting real help. Lawyers, advocates, tampering with courts while their family members have false lawsuits, ones to where you may not be able to even tell your kids goodbye as they ship off places because they're triangulated and being pushed and pulled to gotten here for selfish reasons. You try to protect everybody, even while a lot of those still are trying to break you and shatter you and destroy you. With a group of top tier assholes. Incompetent, failed top tier assholes. And those like web sleuths. All their little groupies. Their Karens, criminals. They too try to destroy you all to figure it all out. And they act like they're justified. They can, and none of us can speak out about it. And if we do, like they're doing Chris, Katie, Seth, etc., and like they do in every case, we all know you're worried more about yourselves than you are about these children or these real people you really know, or where's Summer? Hashtag where's Sebastian? Hashtag, well, okay, fine, quit whining about you, but also, you know, so gross, man. Watching Chris's supposed rage the other day. It ain't rage. It ain't rage. Trillion beings being done extraordinarily fucked up by a bunch of worldwide weirdo assholes. And all of these people around all of these cases having an absolute right to feel the way they do about it and having the right to speak on it. And to call it. But like most abusers and grossest ilk on earth, they don't like Playbook 101 abuser pamphlet goes, oh, you can do whatever you want to somebody, but if they speak out about it or call it out, then they deserve to be punished for it, or they shouldn't worry about it, or they should get over it, or the abuser is always justified, but people they're doing it to have no right to feel, no right to speak, and if they do, they're abused further for damage. It's their fault, they ask for it, blah, blah. I had to go get some more ice. Point being, it's been one hell of a walk. One hell of a walk. And it's continuing to be, I guess. Especially because of the very real impact it's had on our real lives and will forever. Long after we log off, the impact, the destruction. And whether we spoke in public or not, or stood up against it. Because don't you just love that narrative? But look what they do to all the others in all the other cases that never speak at all, including Summers. And all the other cases. Oh, y'all out there with your genealogies and your Google this and a newspaper article said and someone's wherever the fuck in whatever case. Oh my god, a neighbor in there. Cash or Classic or Sincere and and a Non or a Jeremy, Idaho and oh my god, this, that, and the other, in whichever case and whatever, Babysitter and Quentin's and a tow truck guy and a fry guy and all the things. All these others. And everyone, there's always somebody picked, right? But there's also so many others destroyed throughout these communities you never even hear from. But they're destroyed, hurt, harmed, irrevocably, and forever online. Because a bunch of assholes around the world feel justified. Feel like it's just fun. And it's just social media. It's not. It's just a hobby. I just like true crime. I'll go online and annihilate other human beings and whatever. I'll go Google some shit for a group online. It'll be okay. It's just a hobby. I'll go say the most atrocious things to real human beings or about them or speculate, do whatever. And that's just fine because it's online. It doesn't really have any harm. It's okay. I'll do it for a group. That's even better. It'll make me feel special. I'll do it for extra hobby money. My cry cut. Just love that thing. Fuck all y'all, bro. Fuck all of you. Y'all know I mean that. With absolute sincerity from the top of my head to my little toes. Fuck you. and your cry cuts. Anyway, so there's just so much here, and some days it's overwhelming to even hold in your head, let alone to try to get out online. Some well-formulated way, especially with a fucked up voice and no good graphics and no top-tier internet, paid for StreamYards. Anyway. Just take a walk through the park you want to. I guess we'll sort of start.
Released his uncut interview with Hunter and his family a couple of days ago now. Chris McDonough released his uncut interview with Hunter and his family a couple of days ago now. The name Andy was unbeeped in two separate kind of places. There was one where Hunter was talking that Candace got a call in the shop, and he said that she said it was from Don, talking about an Andrew and Andy. And then in the second place was towards the end when Hunter said he looked in Candace's phone and there was a message from Andy saying it's done. So who's Andy? Andy is Jody Sue's ex-husband. I think they were together for about 15 years. He beat the living shit over her as well. And he was selling weed to Candace and a few other people by the looks of it. But the interesting thing about it is, after that interview, Jody Sue was on a panel. She was yapping away. She was saying that she was actually talking to Chris a few days ago, and they were talking about Hunter, and Hunter saying this, and she put words in Chris's mouth. She said, even Chris thinks that this is lies. And lo and behold, Chris was actually in the chat, and he put in, not true. They brought her up on screen. Jody Sue couldn't really explain herself. She waffled on, tried to say it was another Andrew or Andy in the area. Jody Sue is an awful liar. Let's not forget that. I do believe one or two things that she said, but if you want to know who Jody Sue is, go and look at her videos before someone went missing. That tells you a lot. But she started crying, kind of trying to get away from the subject, or trying to get the attention back onto herself. It looks like she's trying to protect Andy. As she did come out and say, look, he's a monster, but he's not that type of monster. While she was crying, she was like, oh, I knew this day would come, which I thought was interesting. She knew what day would come, that people would start having eyes on Andy or start looking into him. She does seem to be protecting him a small bit. She doesn't want the attention to go there at all. And it's kind of the same with Don and Candace. They haven't brought up his name as much as they brought up some of the other neighbours. Now, there is a call that Benny made to him. I'll play it here later on. But first, I just want to show you, because last night, Chris McDonough went on and he started analysing that interview. And it's clear as day now he's eyes on Andy. He wants to talk to him. He's really, really putting him in the spotlight. So this is the clip from Chris when it's actually 3 hours into the interview. I couldn't believe when I looked, because I wanted to get a timestamp. I couldn't believe I was watching this for 3 hours. It's amazing the time that goes by when you're consuming content. Released his uncut interview with Hunter and his family. Chris McDonough released his uncut interview with Hunter and his family a couple of days ago now. The name Andy was unbeeped in two separate kind of places. There was one where Hunter was talking that Candace got a call in the shop, and he said that she said it was from Don, talking about an Andrew and Andy. And then in the second place was towards the end when Hunter said he looked in Candace's phone and there was a message from Andy saying it's done. So who's Andy? Andy is Jody Sue's ex-husband. I think they were together for about 15 years. He beat the living shit over her as well. And he was selling weed to Candace and a few other people by the looks of it. But the interesting thing about it is, after that interview, Jody Sue was on a panel. She was yapping away. She was saying that she was actually talking to Chris a few days ago, and they were talking about Hunter, and Hunter saying this, and she put words in Chris's mouth. She said, even Chris thinks that this is lies. And lo and behold, Chris was actually in the chat, and he put in, not true. They brought her up on screen. Jody Sue couldn't really explain herself. She waffled.
And this has who's already superbly wrong about all things. And this is during super inset on this when it's really beginning, right? As this group was gearing up for all kinds of things and whatnot. And they'd all made full contact with Monster long before any of this. What I said that night wasn't a lie. Chris had said that. I was like, H is lying, blah, blah, blah. Man, it's bullshit. Chris had agreed. But that night in chat, he had to be like, no, I didn't say that. But yeah, you hear him say it clearly. Yeah, well, the yawn's this. Yeah, I think he was, whatever at times. Okay, then. So I was lying. I wasn't. But, for a titan of YouTube and preferred little princess of this group at the time. And because of my need to continue hunting bullshit down, wasn't really much you could do to push back on it at that point. And sort of what Chris relied on. In that chat by doing that. But yeah, it enabled this place to eat me over something else, though I wasn't lying then and not lying now.
On tried to say it was another Andrew or Andy in the area. Jodie Sue is an awful liar. Let's not forget that. I do believe one or two things that she said, but if you want to know who Jodie Sue is, go and look at her videos before someone went missing. That tells you a lot. But she started crying, kind of trying to get away from the subject or trying to get the attention back onto herself. It looks like she's trying to protect Andy, as she did come out and say, look, he's a monster, but he's not that type of monster. While she was crying, she was like, "Oh, I knew this day would come," which I thought was interesting. She knew what day would come. That people would start having eyes on Andy or start looking into him. She does seem to be protecting him a small bit. She doesn't want the attention to go there at all. And it's kind of the same with Don and Candace. They haven't brought up his name as much as they brought up some of the other neighbours. Now, there is a call that Benny made to him. I'll play it here later on. But first, I just want to show you, because last night Chris McDonough went on and he started analysing that interview, and it's clear as day now he's eyes on Andy. He wants to talk to him. He's really, really putting him in the spotlight. So this is a clip from Chris when it's actually 3 hours into the interview. I couldn't believe when I looked, because I wanted to get a timestamp. I couldn't believe I was watching this for 3 hours. It's amazing the time that goes by when you're consuming content on this case. Take note as well of how Ali kind of looks down, doesn't look up, doesn't clarify for Chris who Andy is. She knows well who Andy is, but she doesn't open her mouth.
Yeah, and she looked down because she knew what was being said wasn't right. Probably scripted, requested. She knew wrong shit was gonna be put on wrong people. Shit was all fucked up, mixed up. While yawns took place a whole lot.
And a few seconds after that, they start talking about a Billy, and she's very quick to jump in and clarify, "Oh, this is Billy, we know who he is, blah, blah." But why didn't she do that for Andy? Why is she trying to not talk about him also?
And then while we were in the drive-thru, her husband calls her talking about this dude named Andy or Andrew on the property that's been there for like a week or so, she told me.
Okay, so this is critical. It's not Hunter coming up with this name. All right. She said this dude, Don, according to him, calls Candace. This dude named Andy, has been staying on the property, is touching kids or something about touching kids, right? It's critical to remember Hunter did not come up with that name.
No, he didn't come up with the name. He knew a real one. It's what's scripted in between or requested or whatever. And then anybody, I don't know, and then I'm bleeping and, doing certain things and then goading or luring in somebody because, well, you just made them look like a pedo to the entire fucking world. It's a good way to make somebody come to you to then might be exonerated in public by shit you've made them think wrongly. And some big bad fucking huge, the top tier dealer in Benny Hill, right? Maybe they're responsible for taking Summer and selling her and whatever in a fucking shed in a blue couch, eh? Hey, maybe they'll return her or whatever. A reward or something's hiding in the pouch. By this point, the problem is, Chris had spoken to me with witnesses present and recorded, I would assume. And he very well goddamn knew that Andy wasn't on that road, that its done text wasn't shit, had explanations for everything. All these things at a certain point, Chris had full knowledge of. And he still continued fuckery and wanting a hold of Andy. If he was working with law enforcement or feds to any degree, they would not have been like, yeah, Chris, go ahead and jiggle Andy loose. Use your social media tools to make somebody look like a pedo or something to the world. We're responsible in some way for what? Kidnapping, abducting, sheds, blue couches, selling her off, etc. Right? Yeah, and I don't think. I definitely know Lawson would have played into that shit. For sure. Well, Leslie and him by this point also said they weren't working in any way with Chris. Feds had already known this. Therefore, Chris would have known this. That Andy was at work. Couldn't have been there. Wouldn't have been a touchy-feely guy on the property on the 15th thrown off. And wouldn't have been the guy camping, because guess what? He fucking lived next door. Make that make fucking sense. Didn't keep him from doing all this shit for content, though, did it? Didn't keep his little group. All those that held wrenches at first in his room, especially, well, at least until the scam phone started being broke down. And got the wrenches took away. Didn't keep them from doing what they started doing then or since. All the years. To all of us. And it was never for some. Never was. There's no way on earth that the real FBI, TBI, or Lawson, like, yeah, go ahead and make Andy look like pedo and like he kidnapped Summer and sold her, whatever pebble wanted to be dropped out there. Made to think, especially with the unbleeping of and cells and stuff. No way in hell. No way in absolute hell. And then at a certain point, you have full knowledge. Absolute full knowledge. He's at work. The it's done text is not a damn thing. And yet you continue forward.
Came up with that name.
Candace came up with that name. Why did Candace say Don was calling? Did not come up with that name. This dude named Hunter coming up with this name.
Chris McDonough went on and he started analysing that interview, and it's clear as day now he's eyes on Andy. He wants to talk to him. He's really putting him in the spotlight. So this is a clip from Chris when it's actually 3 hours into the interview. I couldn't believe when I looked, because I wanted to get a timestamp. I couldn't believe I was watching this for 3 hours. It's amazing the time that goes by when you're consuming content on this case. Take note as well of how Ali kind of looks down, doesn't look up, doesn't clarify for Chris who Andy is. She knows well who Andy is, but she doesn't open her mouth, and a few seconds after that they start talking about a Billy, and she's very quick to jump in and clarify, oh, this is Billy, we know who he is, blah blah. But why didn't she do that for Andy? Why is she trying to not talk about him also?
And then while we were in the drive-thru, her husband calls her talking about this dude named Andy or Andrew on the property that's been there for like a week or so, she told me.
Okay, so this is critical. It's not Hunter coming up with this name. All right. She said this dude, Don, according to him, calls Candace. This dude named Andy, has been staying on the property.
It's a hell of a way to phrase that, isn't it? Bringing it up. It's not Hunter coming up or making up this name. It's Candace. What? It's just weird. Coming up with. It ain't just him coming up with me. I really know it's an Andy, but there's some fuck shit there, right? But then to put it off on Candace. Because what? You were there in the seat? In the car with Hunter and Candace and Grandis and such and Summer that day? Yeah, no. It wasn't Candace going, Andy's on the property touching little kids. You have a teen that was, by his own admission, entirely shit-faced that day. And everything else. And there was probably talk of Andy's property and dogs being camped out on it. And whatever the hell else but some touchy-feely dudes. I don't know. Right? But yeah, according to Chris, it's Candace to come up with it. I don't know. Seems like somebody come up with it. Alright. This dude and his habit around teens. I just gotta agree with Don on that one.
Is touching kids or something about touching kids, right? It's critical to remember
who Andy is. She knows well who Andy is, but she doesn't open her mouth, and a few seconds after that they start talking about a Billy, and she's very quick to jump in and clarify, oh, this is Billy, we know who he is, blah blah. But why didn't she do that for Andy? Why is she trying to not talk about him also?
And then while we were in the drive-thru, her husband calls her talking about this dude named Andy or Andrew on the property that's been there for like a week or so, she told me.
Okay, so this is critical. It's not.
And here's how you know Hunter's been asked to, or something ain't right with that, because Hunter would know that we live next door. Be no reason for that one to be staying with them for a week or whatever up on the property or anything. No. I know he's got something fucked sideways, you know, just, or being asked to do something for some reason, you know. But he would know that, you know, just
Hunter coming up with this name. All right. She said this dude, Don, according to him, calls Candace. This dude named Andy, has been staying on the property, is touching kids or something about touching kids, right? It's critical to remember, Hunter did not come up with that name. Candace came up with that name.
And then put a note in here, a little pen, that at a certain point Ziggy and Fred start the same bullshit. Fred, after I was with him, wants to start putting out bullshit about Andy Jr. and Andy this and Andy that. Blah, 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 too, right? Makes what this Yahoo's saying held more validity to dumbasses everywhere, but also causes terror to all of us. But notice Fred and Ziggy start putting up the same bullshit. Well, there's Andy, and there's an Andy Jr., and there's a kiddie pool, and there's whatever else, right? Blah, 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 blah. Okay? Just put a little note in that. And then add up times on search.
Candace came up with that name. Why did Candace say Don was calling?
How do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing?
To say this dude was on the property and he's been staying there. Right? Now, he's talking about a guy that has familiarity to that property. Who that person is yet, okay, well, we're going to have to figure it out. I don't know how many Andrews, A's, or Andys have access
And this is how you know none are what they seem. This dude was actually working with TBI, FBI, or Lawson, or otherwise. You wouldn't have to figure it out. What do you mean we have to figure it out? Who the fuck are you? See, Feds, law enforcement, Lawson, they all knew 2 seconds into June 15th where and when we all were. And they had the reams and reams of data, and they wouldn't have been requesting no Chris McDonough to come out here and ask the world to, quote, we need to figure it out. Because they already figured it out. You know? Common sense. Logic. Use it, people.
to the Wells property. If you know who this person is, have them call me, would you? Just don't talk about them. Have them reach out to me. I would love to speak with them. Okay? Let's keep looking.
Now, in the next clip,
Because by this point, you see, I already given messages to the public, our screenshots, proof, evidence, that for days even leading up to Summer vanishing, obviously, Andy was at home. In the nights, evenings, there was chat, stuff between us when he's at work, otherwise, you know. Which shows clearly he wasn't staying anywhere else, especially not over at 110. And time cards even, that show he was at work on those days as well, etc. Right? which, Chris already had. His group, his finders, his little researchers, all those holding wrenches, such tools, they all had to. So why on earth, at this point, when there's evidence here that obviously none of what's being said by him on that at that time, why do that? If there's evidence that what you're saying, requesting, and putting out there in the universe isn't true and nobody needs to figure it out because there's proof and evidence to the contrary, well, then why the fuck? Yeah. Feds, law enforcement, they must have really asked for that job to be done by tool methods online. It really is a good tool if it's used appropriately and best of intentions. And it can be a hell of a tool if it's used. Yeah, really? For what purpose? Carrying on. No, actually, we're just, you know what? Done. This is just how it's gonna be right now. The messages were out there. Well, by the point of that, which means Chris had right in front of his face or access to proof. The person he's speaking about and putting this shit out about and unbelieving couldn't have been true. And he wasn't staying on one hand. He wasn't over there during the day, touching and feeling. And, didn't keep Chris from coming out here and saying and implying and unbleeping anyway, did it? I mean, all these days filled with texts and messages and everything every day, right? And there he is. He's like, I need another job. Blah, blah, blah. Just a couple days before, as usual, with the clearly at work. Eggplant emojis, thing. All these things, right? Proof and evidence. But I'd put out enough to where Chris and everybody here should have known that. And had proof and evidence right in front of them. No way was Andy the touchy-feely staying up on one team. Allegedly, supposedly. Right? Didn't keep him from doing all this shit anyway.
It lets us guard on a small bit, and basically lets us know that he knows well who Andy is.
The big.
Let's be clear here. At a certain point, well, no, really from the beginning, they were trying to acquire all this. But at a certain point, it became essential that they get him. Mostly just to annihilate us.
the big picture here, right? If he's throwing this guy under the bus, why doesn't he say at this phase, okay, why does he introduce Don as making the phone call? Why doesn't he just say, okay, hey, by the way, there's a guy named Andy that used to hang out on the property, and he's been touching kids. Okay? So if it is part of a bigger narrative between Don and Candace, okay, and Hunter, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, okay, if it is, okay, well, why at this point, okay, he just doesn't come out and say, I don't even know the dude's name. It's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say, and what.
Huh. Think about that real hard for a second. Where was the segue for that little slippage? What do you mean just suddenly? Out of the blue, for no reason, and using the words, it's pretty sophisticated to take a... What was that again?
Why you say it. Okay? I don't even know the dude's name. It's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say, and why you say it, okay? And how you say it.
Yeah, it's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say, and this is how you're going to say it. I don't know, probably not too sophisticated for those who have been known to do it before. It's a hell of a slip there, man. What do you mean by that? Just out of nowhere. Just barfed in the universe. Nobody said anything about taking a kid or making them say anything. Nobody said anything about making Hunter say anything. Nobody said anything about sophisticated or otherwise. Nobody said that but you.
When the narrative that he gave about I don't even know the dude's name. Okay? Well, why at this point?
Yeah, I know, Di. I know that in other pieces it said Billy's up there touching and Billy this and Billy that. And several of those, and then the whole Andy thing and Blake and all that, but things changed and it seemed all kinds of ways, didn't it?
Point, he just doesn't come out and say, I don't even know the dude's name. It's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say, and why you say it, okay? And how you say it. When the narrative that he gave about all the places they went have been
the narrative he gave? Why wouldn't you say, well, it's a hell of a word drop there, ain't it? Instead of going, well, damn.
verified. Say, okay, this is what you're going to say, and why you say it. Okay? I'm just saying, okay, if it is, okay, well, why at this point, okay, he just doesn't come out and say, I don't even know the dude's name. It's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say, and why you say it, okay, and how you say it. When the narrative that he gave about all the places they went have been verified. So
How does he know they've been verified? Thing is, if all of everything around Summer had been told to Chris McDonough, he wouldn't be here trying to solve it, now would he? He wouldn't be visiting H and Allie and trying to get a hold of all of us to see what we know and how we know it, because, well, he'd know the things. He wouldn't be asking us stupid shit, or wondering stupid shit like this, or out speculating for years now, and all of us, if law enforcement, feds had really shared fucking Andy. Because they've already asked. We've already told. Because they have verified, vetted. And because they didn't even go on with stupid shit like this. Shit that defied all common sense, logic, and reason, and reality, and truth, fact. Make it make sense.
For him, just to pull this out of a rabbit out of the hat and say it's part of a setup on Andy, well, the only way to...
Well, that's weird. Did Hunter just say something was a setup on Andy?
Answer that is invite Andy to come up. Why does he introduce Don?
Let's just play this again, folks. All this slippage and uh-oh moment in like a minute long clip into.
As making the phone call. Why doesn't he just say...
And he's trying to say, oh, well, all these other things behind have been verified. Therefore, him suddenly being like Andy and Natasha, whatever, and everything. And therefore, that's true. But ain't none of it true. Oh, and if anything were verified to Chris, well, he wouldn't be over acting stupid like this. Anyway, let's listen to this magical, beautiful little snippet of... What'd you just say, motherfucker? The fuck? You just telling yourself, homie.
Okay, hey, by the way, there's a guy named Andy that used to hang out on the property, and he's been touching Kitch. Okay? So, if it is part of a bigger narrative between Don and Candace, okay, and Hunter, I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying, okay, if it is, okay, well, why at this point, okay, he just doesn't come out and say, I don't even know the dude's name.
And when he's trying to make Andy believe, or hoping he hears this, think that Candace, Dawn, and Hunter possibly have some sort of setup thing going. Guaranteeing that, well, Chris is his only hope of clearing himself, so come to me. It's a weak-ass attempt at emotional and psychological manipulation. But hey, if you have people that aren't used to having that shit done to them, but do it to others, don't see that shit often, so you didn't expect it, maybe, but it's pretty visible for those of us who have survived it or live it or have been through it for years at the hands of YouTube and top to bottom tiers.
Well, it's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say. There's a guy named Andy that used to hang out on the property, and he's been touching kids. Okay? So if it is part of a bigger narrative between Don and Candace, okay, and Hunter, I'm not saying it is.
Once again, the usage of narrative.
I'm just saying, okay, if it is, okay, well, why at this point, okay, he just doesn't come out and say, I don't even know the dude's name. It's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say and why you say it, okay, and how you say it. When the narrative that he gave about all the places they went have been verified. So for him, just to pull this out of a rabbit out of the hat and say it's part of a setup on Andy, well, the only way to answer that is invite Andy to come up and have a conversation one-on-one with me. I would love to talk to you. And, I talked to your ex. I'd love to talk to you. I have a bingo card.
See, he'd already talked to me. He knew better. He knew better. And if you know the fuck shit games and the bullshit Chris played with me behind the scenes, holding up the phone with him and Andy already talking at certain points, texting this air. He was trying to make sure that it was actually the real Andy because he didn't want to fuck up again. And it was after this group with Green Eyes acquired Andy's phone number and then put it out, right, with Green Eyes. Prayer gardens all across, etc. Chris got it, of course. And then, because he doesn't have his own sources other than tools online, he had to play this shell game with me, and I knew immediately when he did it. He was like, oh, is this him? Is this really him? Is that the number? And I slipped, and I was like, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, and then it's like, god damn it. But he wanted to make sure he was texting the right person. But he got that via tools online. Namely a Green Eyes and that group, right? That were terrorizing Andy. And all of us. And C&D from the beginning. And our families and death threats and threats to harm children and all this other shit, right? But the number was put out publicly, and then he could come and be like, hey, bitch can't even Google a number. Whole cold case foundation can't even Google a goddamn number. I know stupid fucking games when I see them. I don't know, man. Anyway. He already knew better than all of this. And he knew, and there was already proof out here, that half of what he was putting out to draw Andy in and to him to use for some reason or other, he already knew it wasn't true. And I can goddamn prove it. So what was the point in all of this? Because I guarantee you it was not directed by FBI, TBI, or Lawson especially. No way in hell it was. Though Chris tried with many of us to make us believe he was working with or for. Despite even long before this point, TBI and others calling him out and saying, nope, not working with. And they wouldn't have been okay with this shit or been like, yeah, this is a hell of a tool in this manner to do whatever. No way in hell. No way in hell. And they wouldn't have had someone aiming for someone they knew wasn't even present. And they knew the timestamps on the "it's done" message. And they knew what it was, no. And they'd already had all of our reams and reams of data and everything. No.
But for $1,000 that he won't do it, is invite Andy to come up and have a conversation one-on-one with me. I would love to talk to you. And, I talked to your ex. I'd love to talk to you.
And that's form of manipulation. Because they's putting there what makes the other one see red. And go, oh gosh, what did she say about the abuse or the real shit or the truth, whatever. Shit, better hurry over on McDonough to clear everything up and blah 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 and get and talk back and luring. You see, it's manipulation. Weak ass excuse for one, but it's manipulation. But it works on those worried about themselves and being seen as exactly what the fuck they are for the things they really did.
I have a bingo card for $1,000 that he won't do it.
He has a bingo card for $1,000 that he won't do it. He's appealing to someone's very real liking of money. Also knows those types, much like Dawn and the rest. They do like it. He also knows by Tiffany and others in the background, everything else that, and Brooks, Crimes, Lines, Lies, all these other things, Green Eyes, others, that Monster was already, whatever, but this group knew he would, and money appealed to. Some of those, like Tiffany, had even heard by this point him say that he wanted $500 interview. He'd been being told by those he was already in touch with very early in 21 that I and the kids were being paid for interviews. This and that was not true. Somebody was making him believe that. And then he started shopping around. Tiffany heard it. Heard Monster absolutely outright say he gave no fucks about Summer. And that he just wanted $500. He wanted money. If we all tried to tell him it wasn't true. Nobody was taking money for interviews and shit like that. Didn't stop it though. So they were very much, and Chris was appealing to his lust for money. This was an entire manipulative fuckfest right here. He had $1,000 bingo card that he wouldn't do this. Gives Monster the idea that he might get paid. Boy, didn't they. Boy, didn't. For what purpose?
Right?
To help destroy those who held witness, seeing, etc., things that got in the way of other people's narratives and wants, needs, needful things. All the things they were gearing up and gearing towards after acquiring the Alleys, the Hunters, the Leslies, the Grand Buns, the Candace, the Dawn's sisters. I was, and have continued to be, a barrier and a stoppage to certain people's narratives and bullshit. A pain in the ass, thorn in the side. No, sir, refused to be leash collared, bought, blackmailed, silenced. Kind of put a kink into shit.
Let's see. I know he beat her. Okay, and you know who you are. Okay, and I am so sorry that ever happened to you. So I would like to conversation one-on-one with me. I don't even know the dude's.
And by this point, Chris knew it was a giant trigger, obviously, like the rest of the world, towards me. And at certain points, I'd refuse. Like, he's like, "Well, you make me do this. I'm coming to Tennessee." I'm like, "Dude, are y'all coming here to fuck with our abuser? Because no, if you're going to give the platform, fuck you and no." You're like, "Well, it's for summer." No, it ain't. Because he had nothing to do with June 15th. It ain't this, it ain't that. See, I can pick up sticks and use them to fucking beat me with further while pretending you give a shit. Sticks with names, faces. That were only acquired for more content and to terrorize us. Full manipulation, he has to add that in there at the very end, going, "Oh, I talked to your ex," and then at the end going, "I know that he did whatever to you, and I'm sorry for that, but, you know." And that's also to appeal to Monster, going, "Oh, I know he did it, yeah." And monsters need to keep masks on. Keep them looking like what is a ship that sits solely where it belongs because it belongs there.
Name. You know, it's pretty sophisticated to take a 15-year-old and say, okay, this is what you're going to say and why you say it, okay, and how you say it. When the narrative that he gave about all the places they went have been verified. So for him, just to pull this out of a rabbit out of the hat and say it's part of a setup on Andy, well, the only way to answer that is invite Andy to come up and have a conversation one-on-one with me. I would love to talk to you. And, you know, I talked to your ex.
And the idea that it's Candace, Dawn, Hunter all commingled in there. And the drop of the idea that been set up by everybody, but actually the true setup is taking place online by creators. While they mindfuck the shit out of an abuser, know how dangerous that idea could be implanting in its head and what it could mean for us. Didn't stop McDonough, despite a whole cold case full of fucking experts. You know, like Moselle. didn't stop Moselle there from pretending she was ignorant of Summer and then using AB who swings around web sleuths and McDonough and such. I'm using his court papers, monster, and style release too instantly and doing all the fuck shit to it. Yeah, you think a whole cold case full of fucking idiots would know better than that shit. What it could do and what it could mean. And didn't matter though if they could use an AB and a monster on him to do it. To what? Fuck with those around Summer or Life case shit. Because it just didn't go along with everybody else's narratives. What they wanted to fit, had to fit to make their.
I'd love to talk to you. I have a bingo card for $1,000 that he won't do it. All right? Let's see. I know he beat her. Okay? You know who you are. Okay? And I am so sorry that ever happened to you. So I would like to talk to whoever this Andy is.
There is one more thing.
Sorry I happened to you, but I'm gonna talk to what? Huh? Acting like it would be on my behalf or something. I'm gonna make it okay, pat it over. Make me eat like, who do you think you're talking to here, bro? I'm not gonna shit about any of this done for any good reason. Not for Summer or any of the rest of us. It's for all of you on. For your all's benefit. Entertainment. Hobbies. Clout. Attempted redemption arcs.
I want to show you. I never thought that the shirt I wore to school one spring morning would lead to a federal lawsuit, but the reaction from the adults running my school didn't leave me. You got to do with Andy. This is about 8-9 days ago. Benny actually called him in the middle of a live stream because of something Jody Sue said. Here's the call.
Yes. Tell me about.
And this was on New Year's of 22. Right? And piece for listening to right now was done on 10th, but the phone call between Keys and Monster took place on New Year's of 22, right after the whole outing of the phone number, all shit, all these things, yeah, just. Oh, but here's the fucked up part about this entire call between them. They had already had contact. Benny had already outed himself about being connected with Green Eyes. Because he said he had the 45 minutes. Whatever. But that was only supposed to be like Green Eyes and Ashley and the Jen Hines and all those right acquiring, etc. Threatening him with, oh, Benny won't leave you alone. Green Eyes won't. Look, all these things, right? And then, as Benny's buying cameras, right, in the Walmart with Shannon, here to go up to the wells, etc. And he's all like, yeah, I got a meeting with Andy, and then hear the messages and all that shit on screen, and he's already in contact with him. Like mini work by that. Months prior to this, Andy'd already got on, they'd done all the fuck shit by this point, where they were doing all the stuff around her son, this monster caught him in it, etc. There have been many points of contact between this one and Monster. And he was meeting him when he came here. And then, you've always heard us, he just rolled up on him and it was like, hey, and part of that's because he mistook the warning about green eyes. But he'd had contact with Benny far prior to New Year's. And prior to even Benny coming here. And Benny had linked himself to the green eye shit, and the group fuck around with the green eye shit. And the acquisition and sale of Monster. And the lure-in of him to this group. Anyway. Here's that.
Andy saying he saw the body to your daughter. In fact, let me just call Andy real quick. Hello?
Sure, you got to do with Andy. This is about 8-9 days ago. Benny actually called him in the middle of a live stream because of something Jody Sue said. Here's the call.
Yes. Tell me about Andy saying he saw the body to your daughter. In fact, let me just call Andy real quick.
We know it wasn't true. We all know that was not true. Benny knew that was not true. This round knew it was not true. That was never said by us, by Little, none of the above. But if you make Monster believe that's what's been said, especially after all this question knocks, all this shit took place because of what this group did with certain people at their request to twist and make content out of and also falsely try to fuck with people over. It's a good way to trigger a monster into certain responses or thinking that I'm responsible for all this shit, but it's them. It's the group twisting and fucking with shit and lying their asses off in order to make a monster believe false ass shit about those still trying to survive them now, isn't it? To keep everybody seeing red. Monsters, you want to keep their masks on too, And they think everything my fault. Or that we truly said, but we did not. But it wasn't hard for it to eat and believe because it's what it wanted to eat and believe and to think I was bad guy instead of thinking all the things circling or manipulating it, using it, learn it, didn't have enough sense, nothing in its purview, doesn't have the time to deal with, didn't piece and part this shit together. It's not used to being done the same way it's done so many, especially us, for decades. So it took the bait, all of it, and ate it. Well, it didn't matter though. You got to hold its mask and profit off of. Have a good time at it. Well, I stood here for years putting these pieces together, hunting backwards and forwards, trying to warn, trying to keep everybody safe from, make public aware, others around other active cases aware. It really has been a hell of a road.
Hello? Hey, what's up, bub? This. Do what? Who is this? This is Benny. Oh. What's up? I sitting here. Yeah. Hey, man, can you give me some insight on why Jody Sue was saying that your daughter said that you told her you saw Summer's body. Can you make any sense out of that?
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Like, why would she say that? It's so fucking, it's like, she says it.
I never said that.
But then, like, everyone forgets that she says it, I guess. Like, but did she?
I didn't say that. Nor did Little. So, no.
Involve your daughter in telling that lie?
I mean, I don't.
And see, when Benny follows it up with, did she involve your daughter in telling that lie? If he could have triggered Monster at that moment to go, yeah, I think she's making her daughter lie this year. Do you see how it might look to the public, or the courts, or the LE, or this and the other? It would attempt to discredit witnesses on June 15th. The real ones that were really there. It would be the idea to the public, like they've tried to do before, that I've made the children say this, or I've made them do that in this here, but nope. You see, the way I know that doesn't fly is those kids and I were separate. Alright? For most of the 15th, after everything started taking place after 6:09. Law enforcement was actually in, contact with them really before I was. Because we had finally been released from there, etc. Whatever, to get food. Anyway, and the kids have always been, interviewed separately. I've asked for that myself. I was like, so, yeah, no. But, that's what they wanted. They wanted to piss off Monster, and it's still a thing they want. And, they'll ask shit like that, you'll hear them. From the Jennies, the Adrians, the Bennies, the Jason, everybody else that's ever been on here with him. It'll be like, well, what about this? And then that's what part of the bullshit targeting of Iron Little was, at certain points too. And the idea that I had full control over making this and any other say whatever, these pebbles are being dropped out. Why? Well, it's to tamper with witnesses around Summer's case. Plain and simple, and to give these ideas out to the world. And where they could tamper with courts or jurors or anything else ever seated. And to then, I mean, it's fucking awful what little things like that can do, but they're hoping they can trigger Monster and being pissed enough to be like, well, maybe she's mind fucking the kids and all that. See, Monster can't think of it like that. He thinks, oh, it's just about him because that's all he can think of, much like that. Him, his mask, his whatever. He doesn't think, man, this fucking group and what they're actually wanting from me is for me to come back with responses like that. To where then, my children and Jody Sue, who I know damn good and well are not lying about, 15. They want me to cast them into fucking doubt. And to fuck with Summer's case that level. He can't think that. He can't think in that way. And that's what they've always wanted. That's why his acquisition is so important. By this group. To use as a weapon. And to try to annihilate and tamper with us to degrees that he can't think about. Because like Don, he can only think about. And don't want to be known for whatever this, or whatever that, And that his responses and the things he says, even if it's to cover on ass or to hide the abuse or how bad everything was, that they very much matter in that way. To where it can fuck with us. At a whole nother level, other than just being like, oh, well, it wasn't that bad, or whatever, I don't think he's ever thought of it in that way. in a way that I don't give a fuck about him or the abuse or any of that shit. And he was acquired and all the other shit just to, well, A, to probably get anything he sort of knows, but then also to mostly use as a weapon and a discredit and a way to do this fucked up shit. They want and require to harm people around Summer's case like they do in every case. And he is a good avenue to get that done. He can't.
Like, why would she say that? It's so fucking. It's like, what Jody Sue was saying.
And that it would be based on false pretenses. Them making him think our little really said that. We didn't. And then to trigger him into a response to maybe cast out, that's super fucking manipulative, emotionally and psychologically. That's what they're doing to Monster too.
Your daughter said that you told her you saw Summer's body. Can you make any sense out of that?
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Like, why would she say that? It's so fucking. It's like she says it, but then like everyone forgets that she says it. I guess. Like, but did she involve your daughter in telling that lie?
I mean, I don't know. I don't. Oh, goddamn. When are y'all going to stop on this?
Who?
I mean, why no, do this. This is a new goddamn year, and I'm sick and fucking tired of this shit.
Then you shouldn't have answered the fucking phone, bud.
Why the fuck you calling my goddamn phone, bud?
Why the fuck were you driving around in the country for me when you could have just called me, bud?
Because I'm your voice off a goddamn phone.
Man, that's some weirdo shit, bro.
I thought motherfuckers coming and calling me because some little girls got gone, and I just had beside that little girl.
Man, you happen to be selling drugs next to that little girl. Fuck you mean, bro?
Hey, what the fuck you mean? You smoke the same drugs I goddamn sold. What does it matter if I'm Tennessee or you're Texas? You smoke weed, I sold a little weed.
No, you still sell it.
Matter, bro?
Yeah, you just do weird shit, bro. You and the bitch do weird shit.
Hey, it's just weird shit.
No.
And see, Keys actually meant his other half. Not me, but Monster took it as me, because...
Weird shit.
Yeah.
I know it's my own goddamn business. I do what I do.
Brother, here, look here, man. You were driving up on that hill looking for me for 3 days because you wanted to hear my voice or some weird shit. Like, that's some weird shit. You could have called me and you could have came to right where I was at, bro. But then you bumped into me in the middle of the night on your road and you just came over to shake my fucking hand and then leave? Like, that's weird shit, bro.
Calling my phone, texting my phone, all hours of the day because I left Jody Sue.
Okay, hey.
No, you listen to me, goddammit.
Man, look here, bro. I'm giving you a platform.
Understand that.
You look without her help, bro. She don't need to help. Huh?
Why is that? Because I'm a next door neighbor and I live in a bad neighborhood.
Hey, you know what she said yesterday, bro? She settled up on the scene and talked to Candace right when she went missing. You know that, right? But you do know that.
She says about me. I don't. I listened to 26 years of.
Now imagine by January 1st of 22. He's going, you know what she said yesterday? She settled up on the scene as soon as Summer went missing, whatever, and talked to Candace. Huh? Of course, Monster. I mean, the whole world by this point was aware that 609 plus, right? Duh. You telling me he's just coming in? What he's trying to do is get responses out of Monster about, you don't find it weird, where, you know, to talk shit about me. It's all about me. And it's like, and it's triggering the shit out of him, manipulating that one psychologically and emotionally, and piss it off. And then, much like the threats to Andy in the first text messages sent out to him by the Janelle Heim and Ashley's knowledge about how Benny won't leave it alone, Green Eyes, isn't it, blah blah blah, bullshit, right? And they did. Tormented, all tried to acquire from top to bottom, blah blah, all these things. Doesn't realize his own little circle of yahoos all these times, you know. They were all the ones actually doing whatever. I spoke on the DV and everything else. I always will, but always stood where right's right. That one over there, though, you couldn't see the game. The game. And then at a certain level it could, and it played in it. And then it even had to cover some of their asses and all their asses for all the games they all got up to together. But whatever. And it's horrifying. All of it is.
What she had to fucking think of me.
Yeah, bro, but I'm afraid she keeps on and she's gonna get locked up, bro.
She can get herself locked up. She ain't gonna get me locked up. I was at work. I was on camera for days.
Well, it doesn't matter how many days it was. We're only concerned about one day in particular, bro.
Well, I was at work that day. That one day that little girl got down. I was at work on camera.
Sir.
And see, making him think, much like McDonald, that other people are trying to say him, but it's this group. And lying to him, feeding him bullshit, think true that they're the only ones that have said or twisted or done, right? And just because he's an abuser doesn't mean he had anything to do with it, but he's a good weapon, and to acquire him and to manipulate him into further hitting out at us, making him think that we're the ones doing all the shit that we're not doing, but they very much are. It's some sick ass shit, and it always has been. Always has been. But him...
You were spotted on the road.
Him being made to believe that I was trying to get him arrested or put in jail for Summer. Though, y'all clearly know by this point, I'd had to come out full swing and be like, oh hell no, y'all ain't putting that shit on Monster, right? So no way was I ever trying to do that or anything else. Ever. It was this group trying to make him think that. Or trying to make that happen and setting him the fuck up. But it had not a goddamn thing to do with me. But making him believe that really pissed him off. Well, kind of worked for this group's favor, didn't it? To acquire fully an abuser to target someone. A, because they love that type of entertainment around here, but B, to fuck with a witness and her children who are also witnesses around an open and active investigation. after they done that, and that, sort of failed, whatever, miserably, it just kept getting worse and worse and more dire and more extreme, and then using our abuser to do fuck shit and the chicken on a stick to do fuck shit and false calls and hoaxes, and Benny over here threatening to push me to suicide and promising to do it, and then Piper and Jenny and Adrian arrested with numbered posts for that and false 5150 holds to also obtain emergency custody, and then the court shit and all this other crap, right? They were all tampering and fingering and blackmail letters bound to destroy everything, Jenny and them pushing their way into family shit, everything else throughout all this, right? All these years of this fuck shit. That's terrible, horrifying shit.
I was spotted on the road. Yeah, you were spotted on the road hill. Right at the time. Well, it doesn't matter how many days it was. We're only concerned about one day in particular, bro.
Well, I was at work that day. That one day that little girl got down, I was at work on camera.
Sir, you were spotted on the road.
I was spotted on the road.
Yeah, you were spotted on the road hill. Right at the time she would have went missing, bro. You were on that road. You've been identified as being on that road, bro.
I live on that road. I was on that road.
Hey, guess who played into that shit? Who is it that's responsible for the idea out here that Andy was on that goddamn road? Who did that? Once again, let's put another little pin in the Fred and Ziggy bullshit. You want to? All happening at convenient times when Benny months before was coming in and all this, and all these things. I mean, oh dear, all these things, right? Jennifer, Kathy, Nana, all them involved in shit. Fred, Ziggy, Benny, Green Eyes, Slay. All these things, man. I wonder who gave us the idea that we're being paid $500 for an interview, etc. Only $500 at these points was the $500 push from the fake Fed that was turned in to Feds. So who came up with that $500 number, you wonder? What group? To feed it back and to make it believe that was true in order for it to, far before this point, believe people are being paid a weird $500 amount. Yeah, it doesn't take a fucking super genius to figure that out.
After fucking 6 o'clock that evening.
Were you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was at work. The FBI has been to my work and seen me on camera at work all day.
Okay, so, I mean, but you were spotted on that road, bro, at a kind of a tricky time, dude.
And so you're going to take words of a meth head that's goddamn twacked the fuck out since he shot old boy in the goddamn neck a couple years ago?
Who shot who in the neck?
Oh, your confident informant, Fred, said that he beat me on the goddamn road.
Oh, Fred was the one that did the shooting?
I mean, how the goddamn fuck you? I mean, y'all fucking sit on the internet and look shit up.
Bro!
It's the first thing that pops when Fred Hill's back popped in the top.
See, man, look here. Look, bro, I know all about it.
Shooting man in that.
I know all about it, bro. But you trying to offend me because you think I don't know? I know that Jody Sue was there when y'all kicked the shells in the creek, bro. I know all about it.
Yeah, Benny, he knows all about it, right? And he's gonna lie. And he's getting ready to say, well, he just said, when y'all kicked the shells into the creek. Bitch, none of us kicked shells into the creek. Other people did. That'd be law enforcement. Wasn't us. So yeah, Benny knows all about it. But it's a good way to trigger monster, plus just, they're stupid. Okay? Let's be real here. These creators are fucking stupid. Anyway, this pisses Monster all the way off, and he starts to go, she wasn't even there when blah blah blah. We all heard all the fuck shit going on, not just us, but others in the neighborhood. Gunshots went off. Monster went to, take a gander. And then, as things progressed, I did make my way up there to the crime scene. Right? Though the fucking thing was front to back, but made my way in there because of other fuck shit. Told the story. It's here. But yeah, was indeed on Ben Hill. Heard that shit too. Seen it go down. Eventually made my way into the little crime scene area where the little aspirated pools of blood were. Because fuck shit. Because I was worried about a monster being dead or alive up in there. Anyway, so yeah. But yeah, this is Monster all the way up. This tone here, Benny's and
You have to offend me about it.
Y'all are all goddamn numbers in hell. She says she doesn't know. She wasn't there when the fucking Fred shot the dude in the neck. Hell, I wasn't there when dude got shot in the neck. I was there after I heard the gunshots to see what the fuck was going on.
Okay.
I thought you just said y'all mind y'all's business. That ain't.
Yeah, unless gunshots start ringing out where all the family is in the back, and then you worry about which one of your family maybe just died or got shot. In which case you're like, well, shit. And then you go check on them. But yeah, I thought y'all just said you mind your business. Okay, bro. Carry on.
Too much right.
Okay, I don't know. Y'all motherfuckers are pissing me off.
Man, look here, man. I'm not gonna beat you fuckers, bro. I'll tell you that right now. You can call me Benny or you can call me Sir, just like I call you, but I ain't gonna beat you the fuckers now, you hear?
Well, I mean, I don't understand how you expect somebody to goddamn put up with y'all shit. You calling them, asking them.
It's weird turn of events, though, isn't it? They go from this bullshit and all sort of crap. Monster done caught Benny lying 16 times online by this point, called him out for the shit with her son, other things, with the charges, trying to imply I was on heroin or shooting up, and it was a meth lab and all shit, and Monster comes online, he's like, no, bitch, those charges, she took them from me, they have nothing to do with meth, whatever. And then the planned meeting between them as Benny comes into town that fall in 21, all this shit, message between whatever. But then you have the fuck you call here on New Year's of 22. And then within just a couple months of that, you have him over there playing with Benny, Jenny, Adrian, Penny, the rest, and taking up Discord money and this and the other, and feeding out info on Little and I and everything else, and doing all this other fuck shit. And what was it, $15 popped to ask him a question behind the scenes and otherwise in private rooms and shit. Put out all the biz behind the scenes where courts, law enforcement shit couldn't see it, hopefully wouldn't know about, and all the little Discord, all the things in between. Imagine going from that to being buddies. Guess the price is right? And you think that person in children trying to survive. You are out here just saying all this crazy shit, and you buy and eat and believe it off of creators. They don't give a damn if they're setting off and abusing a monster, and monsters think they'll help them, and what they do, and it's all convoluted hot mess, isn't it? While those of us out here hunting down the monsters and the truth fact pieces to protect everyone have to fucking deal with it. Plus a monster on our goddamn back the entire time. Wrongly thinking all this bullshit and profiting off. One hell of a walk, let me tell you.
Stupid fucking questions. What all you gotta do is just goddamn stop calling people that didn't goddamn have nothing to do with it.
All you gotta do, Andy, it's even simpler than that. All you gotta do is just not answer me when I call, bro. You want this, just like she does this.
No, I want.
Dude, all you gotta do is not answer the phone. Yeah, with one of the more notorious phone harassment people, and doesn't that just lead back to the, well, we'll leave you alone, but Benny or Green Eyes or saying, well, if you don't access, damn. No, dude, you want this. Do you know how disgusting and perverse that abusive little line is? Jesus Christ. No, dude, you want this. Yeah.
Y'all to stop goddamn calling me. I want you to stop fucking harassing me. I want out of this goddamn shit.
I guess when you're not a suspect anymore.
I live across the goddamn road. I lived across the goddamn road before them motherfuckers moved in.
Why are they motherfuckers,
I
dude?
live in Beach Creek. Don't mean I had nothing with some little girl getting gouged.
I understand that completely.
And you also have to put in here that at this point, obviously, Benny was all Team Mullen and targeting and bashing, especially those around Summer's case too, always on there, protecting the wells and all that shit too, and knowing which people to crack. And yeah, just as the pieces turn and tragedy pit going.
But it's just the way you guys act a little bit. It's like, man, look here, you're so pissed off about people.
No, you're going to see me act anyway, because you've never been around me. You've never seen me post a goddamn video saying any goddamn thing.
I do know how you act, bro. I know that you don't. You was sneaking around looking for me, so I do actually have a segue in.
No. Ain't no sneaking around. He has a right on that fucking road, and to go see if the voice matches person, and he missed it. It's fine, but no. But it sounds good to y'all as public, alright? He's sneaking around. Somewhere he and his family have owned for generations. Yeah, he's sneaking around. He just drove right up into a fucking road. Sneaking, alright? No, doesn't that fit the whole narrative? McDonough and their bells have fit out, especially within just a, same time. Unbleeped interviews and shit.
To how you behave. Yes, you were. You had my number, but in fact, you kept sneaking around, coming up looking for me.
I did call you. I texted you. I asked you to meet me. I asked you to talk to me. You didn't respond.
You do know I'm from Texas.
Yeah, why didn't you respond during that time when y'all were messaging back and forth, and you said out right in the open, right, Benny? You were going to meet him in person. You had a meeting planned with him. But then Monster's like, man, you didn't, and you didn't respond after a certain point, I wonder why that was. Anyway, but you did. He had to come find you, but supposedly.
But you was down just because you was on my goddamn where I live. You an out of state person. Yeah.
I don't know, Dad, but I can tell you that we've all seen it. But also, Floppy, at certain points, like, I had police come here because they had eyes on our live streams. And they would see Floppy calling and calling and calling from his live streams, losing whatever. Or I would be like, shit, here he is, and he's not stopping ringing the phone. His phone rings. And they would come in here and be like, are you okay? And y'all never had a clue because I just probably was charmed out, did whatever, and talked to them, whatever. Coming back in like nothing happened, but they do indeed have eyes on these live streams. And on those like Benny and others. They do this fuck shit to us live and in real time. Online. And they always have.
Parked in the middle of the goddamn road that night when Candace and them was goddamn fighting and shit. And you was fucking in the middle of the road. Yeah, I seen you. It ain't like I go down there to fucking see you. If I wanted to drive and you came down. Look here. No. You knew we were down there, bro. You came there to ask me. Yes, I'll go pick up down there either. So I rode down there and tried to see if I could speak with you. See? But what's the goddamn problem with me trying to speak with you? All you gotta do is call me first, bro. What's your problem with me driving down there? I don't have a problem with you driving anywhere. Why are you asking me? Why are you waking me up on New Year's fucking day, asking me about why I drove down there to talk to you? Bro, when you answered the phone, you said you were watching some shit. You didn't say you were fucking, bro. You need to quit this shit. I wasn't fucking asleep. I was watching TikTok videos. That's what the fuck you said, but you just said I woke you up, bro. Get your shit together. No, goddamn. This is why you're still a suspect, Andy. Why don't you get your shit together? Get out your mama's house, quit living with your mama, and goddamn stop calling me. Call Jody Sue. Quit being a suspect in appearance.
And see, Call of Duty, it's all I can think is me. He never thinks about, he never could see forest for the trees.
Still a suspect. Yes, you are. No one has been cleared. No one has been cleared. You do know that, right? I don't care if you clear them or if they don't. I know you don't care, but the judges do care. The judges and the prosecutors, they do care even when you don't. That's the good thing about American justice, sir. Oh, man. You have a great New Year's, bro. Stay on this side of the fence, though, with that silly shit. Don't get yourself locked up, bro.
So that's it.
The threat. Right? The manipulation, psychological and emotional. Triggering of an abuser, making them think survivors, spiders, etc. are responsible for this shit. On a group effort. Alright. So anyway, it's that, I think.
Sandy, Chris is really, really putting him in the spotlight at the moment, and he must have a reason for it. Because he said now's the right time to release this info, and he is really, really putting him in the spotlight at the moment, and he
Clear.
Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't all of it. My bad. My bad. And this whole piece, right? It starts with Chris McDonough. They play the phone call, Benny. And then it ends with McDonough.
You know that, right?
I don't care if you clear them or if I counter them.
I know you don't care, but the judges do care. The judges and the prosecutors, they do care even when you don't. That's the good thing about American justice, sir. Oh, man. You have a great New Year's, bro. Stay on this side of the fence, though, with that silly shit. Don't get yourself locked up, bro.
So that's it. That's Andy. Chris is really, really putting him in the spotlight at the moment, and he
Fuck you mean locked up?
must have a reason for it. Because he said now's the right time to release this info, and he did have his name blocked at the start. I don't know why. Is it because the other neighbours are getting? He must have a reason for it. Because he said,
Years, bro. Stay on this side of the fence, though, with that silly shit. Don't get yourself locked up, bro.
so that's it. That's Andy. Chris is really, really putting him in the spotlight at the moment, and he must have a reason for it. Because he said now's the right time to release this info, and he did have his name blocked at the start. I don't know why. Is it because the other neighbours are getting brought up and he's not? Is it because of Jodie Sue and all her live streams? I don't know, but he's really, really kind of putting him in the spot.
Nice pale letter and pun is because of Jodie Stewart on her live stream. No. No. And Chris and Screw and Real any better than they knew. I begged for them not to fuck with Monster. They also knew there was enough proof out here. That they never needed a hold up in order to acquire that one. The only reason Monster was ever acquired was to fuck with us. That was it. And for more content. And he used to hammer down on me for maybe I would break, I'd do whatever, I'd give him all the info, all the details, you know what, whatever. Had nothing to do with me. Me was in the background begging for them to leave Monster the fuck alone. Every single goddamn one. Including Chris. And they all held enough proof to know that he was never a thing or a Bible or anything for June 15th. So you tell me what other motives they had for doing all of this and for acquiring. Or who was trying to set him up or sling shit that way to make him look sus of June 15th. There's a couple parties I can think of. This goddamn group from top to bottom damn sure helped in that for their own needs and probably other people's directions and for all the worst reasons, none of which had shit to do. Not a goddamn thing to do with. And then, of course, you have this on 9/5/22. Shit's gone full fucking tilt after they've all pretty well acquired Monster by this point, and court shit's raging. There's a few days in between. Monster's channel comes live not long after the Pipers and the bullshit's all, dear God. The absolute deluge and inset upon I and my children and the fucking games Monster and us playing, but for some reason, despite contact even between Chris and by that point, anyway, you have this on 9/5/22.
I have a couple questions. Okay. On that day, someone went missing. What's your gut telling you?
What do you mean, what's my gut telling me?
What do you think happened?
Well, I mean, I really don't know. I've thought about everything that happened, but I think it lies on them over there. I think they had something to do with it.
And why is that?
Because it's a rural area and it's never happened before. I got a question for you right now. What's your name, bud?
Chris?
McDonough?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I thought that was your voice. I'm pretty good with voices.
Well, there you go. So, what do you think would have happened?
What do you mean, what do you think would have happened? That's kind of one of them what-if questions, Chris.
No, I respect that. But there's a lot of what if here, don't you agree?
Oh, yeah. If ifs and nuts was candies and nuts, we don't have a Merry Christmas, would we?
That's right. We can all wait for Santa Claus at the right time.
Oh, yeah.
But I think you mentioned a little bit ago, I was listening, that the folks up on the hollow there, up on the hill, they know. What do you mean by that?
I mean, in my opinion, out of all the years that people have lived down there, they have never been a child went missing. So to me, in places like that, growing up there my whole life, there have always been a code. You take care of your elders, you take care of the kids. You respect both. I don't think nobody in that area would have snatched up and hurt a little kid. I just don't know that they did it intentionally over there. It might have been an accidental situation. They panicked and then they had to do something. But I don't know.
And you know what? I don't disagree with you. Anything is possible, right? And people panic.
Oh, yeah, people panic.
One of the things that kind of always shot with me, and you tell me what you're thinking, is this idea that Hannah should, one night she was pretty well wasted. And she got up there and said that she wants to tell everybody what really happened. How do you interpret that?
To me, that sounds like she's wanting to tell the truth.
So do you think there's more to the story then?
I have no clue. There's probably, I know there's a lot more to the story because we don't know what happened to Summer. We don't know where Summer's at. So, there's a lot more to the story that nobody knows. I don't know. You don't know. The whole World Wide Web don't know.
Well, we both can agree that 5-year-olds don't finish, right?
Nope.
And would you think that she walked away?
In my opinion, if she walked away, they'd have done found her in the woods within a couple hours that day. Riley.
And you grew up there all your life, right?
Oh yeah.
So it wouldn't be far-fetched to think then if she was last seen in the house, that's probably where she should be found. In the house, right?
You would think that if she was last seen going into the house, that's where she would be, yeah.
Okay, and she's not in that house, so we're not going to know that. So that only leads to a couple of ideas. Who else was involved? Why would Hunter bring your name up into this? And I don't know if it was you. He just said Ann, right? How did you get involved in this through his use?
The only involvement in this I had is what Jody Sue was shoved me into.
See, that answers the question of how do you think Hunter put your name in? Why? All he can think is Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue. No, bitch. Wonder how his name, long before we were public, got put into this. Y'all do recall that the interviews with McDonald were before we were public, right? And that the interviews with Hunter took place even before Monster and I were no longer living together. So tell me again how Jody Sue would have put Monster's name here. Or how it has had shit to do with Hunter and McDonough. Or Candace and Dawn. Putting all our names out there long before Republic. While we were still sleeping in the same bed. Somebody explain that. While we were still sleeping in the same bed and sleeping together, you tell me how Jody Sue would have been responsible for putting Monster's name in. When Monster and I watched that damn interview, at least that portion of it, while still shopping for groceries to take back to the house. But all Monster can think because of McDonough and the rest, and this group by this point, is Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue. Because I'm still speaking about the DV and the truth around that. But I refuse to put shit where it doesn't belong. Around Summer and at Monster's feet. But this group has made him think otherwise. Sells&Acquisitions. No, it'd be McDonough, Hunter, Candace, and Dawn. You'd put that one and us. And technically, MIL over there. X one. But Monster can't see. Our names are out there because of pseudo X MIL almost instantly. The shit and the way this group acquires everybody instantly after an alert, especially the teams built around or tools used by those like McDonough and the web sleuths and all those, like Trisha. Chasings. The Jenny and Adrian's is the long-standing court watchers. Well, Jenny, anyway. Where are they herald from? And, you know. No. Not me, Holmes.
And just they got a little bit of weed out of them. That's the only involvement I had in this. Sure, sure. Your name up into this, and I don't know if it was you. He just said Ann, right? And she's not in that house. She's not outside. So that only leads to a couple of ideas. Who else was involved? Why would Hunter bring your name up into this? And I don't know if it was you. He just said Ann, right? How did you get involved in this through his use? The only involvement in this I had is what Jody Sue was shoved me into.
Make it make sense. And, yeah, McDonough, how did his name get involved where it concerns Summer and her vanishing or being a potential touchy-feely or a big bad dope dealer or whatever? And you just have a bingo card somewhere in the first of 22 months before this call-in where you're outright being like, this one's the one you wanted to acquire for $1,000 bingo card, etc. And you know he beat me. Sorry for that. And then here you are in a second going, well, he said Andy, and well, I don't know if it was you or not, but wait, make that lie add up with the first of the year lie and the attempting to get hold of Andy. Make all those lies add up, would you? Can we? But here you are face to face with him. And you're like, oh, I don't know if it was you. He just said Andy. But at the first of the year, you were all like, I know he beat the whole hell out of you, sir, but I got $1,000 bingo card and that he won't come talk to me. And then your name was done here before the Republic while you and I were still sleeping in the same bed. It was already public the first night after her alert was released because of your mama's post. It was Candace and Dawn being recorded within hours in the first days. Because of how this group hunts and acquires. Think back to buying groceries and listening to that little clip and both of us looking at you like, what the fuck is Hunter up to? Fuck it, kids being whatever, I don't care. Because we knew better. Even with it blue tip, we knew better. Ask why. Ask why. And what you've really been used for. By this group. For what purpose? And for those nearest Summer, possibly to fuck with shit. Ask why. For fuck's sakes.
and that they got a little bit of weed off of them. That's the only involvement I had in this.
Sure. What were what line of questioning was TBI and the law asking? What were they asking?
Why would Chris McDonough need to know which way or by what things law enforcement, feds were asking us questions? You know why McDonough wants to know that? Because it would give him an idea of which way to start swinging or going with his narratives or his channel or whatever content. Because by that, he can get a weather vane. Go, well, if law enforcement's asking Jody, Sue, Andy, Hunter, Allie, this and there, and whatever these questions, that must mean they're gearing towards this direction, right? And therefore, he would flow with it. Much like a psychic, well, at the end, something pops off or fits whatever he's gone towards, and it's like, see, I wasn't wrong for once. I didn't fucking destroy real people's lives and fuck with them. And get caught doing so again, and fucking entirely wrong again.
I honestly don't.
And that right there is a clue that Chris is in no way working with FBI, TBI, or Lawson. He might send in shit, he might do whatever, I don't give a fuck. But working closely with them, no way in hell. Or he wouldn't have to ask us stupid fuck shit like this. Well, what were they asking you? Well, what were the questions? And what was this and what was that? You know, he wouldn't have to do that. And he would have his own direction by Ellie or feds if they were using him to use this realm as a tool. And therefore he wouldn't be asking stupid shit. He'd be asking us entirely different things. See how it works?
Remember, sorry. Okay. What do you feel Don knows about this?
I mean, he's the father. He might have no knowledge of it, or he might have all knowledge of it. I don't know. I really don't know. I've not talked to him since really right after all this happened.
Bullshit.
When I left, I've not spoke with nobody.
Bullshit.
And you saw him behind a Bluetooth speaker or something like this?
I seen one of them in a store somewhere, and they was on the phone or something, and they was talking. It was him talking to Candace about a Bluetooth speaker he was trying to find.
Did you go to the store with him, or did you just happen to be in the same store?
Happened to be in the same store.
That's kind of coincidental, right?
No. Usually I've seen him about every day or every other day at the price list in Kingsport buying food, beer, or cigarettes or something.
Sure. So, would you consider yourselves friends or just acquaintances?
Neighbors, acquaintances.
Just neighbors?
Yeah, I didn't go over, I didn't drink a beer, I didn't hang out, I didn't, ride town with him, let's go have a beer at the bar, let's go out to eat. No, there wasn't no fishing trips or nothing like that. I didn't hang out with nobody.
Okay, that's how about Grandma? What do you know about her?
I really didn't talk to Randall.
What do you know about her?
That she was an old lady that lived in the camper. That's pretty much it. That she was her mom.
Well, that's kind of vague.
I mean, that's the relationship I had. That's the relationship I had with them. I've learned more since I've been gone and moved away from them than I did when I lived next to them.
Sure. And what about Candace, what do you know about her?
I mean, not a whole lot. She just seemed like a drunk.
Is that your assessment of her, or just, I mean, when you saw her, was she always drunk?
Yeah, pretty much. Every time I seen any of them, they was drunk. They were getting drunk, looking at it.
Just alcohol, any drugs involved?
I mean, the only thing I ever seen was alcohol and weed.
Just no cocaine?
Nope.
Yes.
No. I've heard of him going to Knoxville to smoke crack, but I never did. I never did see him smoking crack. Haven't met any of that.
Oh, was that the story? Where he went up and sold $2,000 worth of crack or something about back in the day?
Like he used to run off every few weekends or so and disappear and smoke crack, is what she'd say.
How was Don around women?
How was what?
How was Don around women?
I really was not around him enough around any women. You could hear them over there arguing or fussing. So other than that, I don't really know.
He should, but ain't nothing in that one's purview.
Alcohol up there being a big drug area. Lawson does too, the sheriff. Is that a big drug area?
What rural areas are drug? I mean, it's not a big drug area, no. I mean, it
And he said Lawson said it was a big drug
rural.
Y'all please go back to the news pieces of even though, that's
In rural areas have drug activity usually, but I mean, most of the people that live in that holler is older people. That don't do drugs.
Sound like it's a big drug area. The day someone went missing and they showed it after it was on YouTube talking about all the drug use.
But I mean,
It's kind of an insult to the holler, doesn't it? Sound like that way?
I mean, it is an insult to the holler, but I mean, if the shoe fits, wear it. And I mean, if people get offended by
But it was also a McDonough pumping I deserve it. In a way, helping Dawn do that. And the Andy this and the Andy that and the whatever's right. Instead of the Freds or whatnot. Weird that.
I smoke pot. I don't drink. Very seldom do I drink. So, I mean, I know of a couple dope heads in the holler, but that don't include me. So, but let's move on to some more calls. You want to?
Yeah, no, I respect that. Hey, can we circle back and maybe you and I can talk offline?
Yeah, we'll see what we do.
Okay, I appreciate that. I respect that. And thanks for taking my call. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, man, talk later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And I swear to you, the title of this particular one, clips of it, are putting out this narrative that he was super rude to McDonough, and he avoided him, and he did all this shit during the interview. Did y'all hear any such thing? No.
Is that it? It's all over with. I was saying that the second. Where is it? Right, just literally cut your phone off all the way. Cut your phone off all the way so we have no interruptions. Anyways, beyond that, the second day she came, she went to the car. Either I grabbed something or something, but I grabbed her phone because I want to see if she had anything to hide. Like you said, I'm street smart. I'm very observant. Yes, you are. Like, I would notice anything. Like, you wouldn't even have to tell me. I still notice the mic on you. Right. No, I respect that. It's just how I am. It's just, if you don't leave something on the table, I know that you probably got something to hide because of the way you're acting. Yep. And the way you call me, of course I'm going to look through your phone. Sure. So she goes to her car, goes on the other side. I act like I'm grabbing my phone because they're just about the same. Right. So you play it like. So I put mine where hers was. Got it. And so I grabbed her phone. And see, I'm good with tech. I know where everything you can hide is. And so I went to her Google Photos, if that's what you want.
Now, mind you, after Summer vanished, all of them, Candace, Hunter, etc., whatever, they're all, I guess, hanging out at the table. Candace gets up, does whatever, etc., you know. No.
Okay. The gallery bar. Okay. And so where you can delete things, they don't just delete, they go to your trash. I don't know if people know that or not, but they go to your trash. Okay. I know that because I'm just running your tech every day. Right. You need to go into IT, bro. Right there. Go ahead. And so when I looked in there, I seen 13 messages between her and her I'm gonna say drug dealer because he is Andy. I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to name his name, but yeah.
Which shows that also Candace still had possession of her phone after Summer vanished, and that not everything was deleted, huh?
All I seen was the first message.
So what happened to everything after 3 p.m.? And it tells you if everything after 3 p.m. is deleted, and then it picks up again, you know, the days after. Well, that's probably where the It's Done text took place. No. Yeah. Just, Jesus.
When she started walking up to the mailbox to get up here, is that it was done, and I was going to read the next message of what she said. And she just started running up here, and I literally slid my phone in my pocket and just put it there. It's like, she asked me if I went through her phone, and I said, no, why? Because I cleared it all up before she can get up here. Did you tell TBI all this? Yeah, I told her. Okay. And they told you to keep it quiet? On this piece? They didn't tell me to really keep anything quiet. Okay. It's just that I'm not allowed to go on like lives without her, like international television. Right. Okay. Yeah, don't lie. It's not much permission. Yeah, no, straight up. No, you don't want that kind of, right? Because then everybody's gonna put they're gonna put a lot on you. You know what I mean? You don't want that. So what was your gut feeling when you read that it's done? My gut feeling was that either they had something to do with it. Who's they? Her and Andy. Okay. Or it was all of them together, like every single one of them in the family. Do you think Dawn was at work that day?
For every single one of them in the family. It was either Candace and Andy, or it was Candace and every single one of them in the family.
From what I've heard from the TBI, he was not at work. No, I'm not talking about from TBI, what you know. But what I know is I thought he was at work because I used to work with him.
And Hunter, right there, says the TBI told him that. What was that?
Do you think Dawn was at work that day?
From what I've heard from the TBI, he was not at work.
No, I'm not talking about from TBI, what you know.
But what I
From what he's heard from the TBI, Don was not at work. And I came to, I don't know.
know is I thought he was at work because I used to work with him.
And that he thought himself that day that Don was at work. Because of what he was seeing and hearing, I guess, on the 15th, via phone calls and shit. Shit! Hold on, guys. Y'all give me just a second. I just now walked back in, and the crews and stuff are still here, but may have to go back out. Don't know, it depends on how much traffic picks up or if this rain cloud breaks loose. It's just a spot area, I don't know. But I'm worried now about my friends that are out here that work for these places that are trying to direct these yahoos that are flying. Because it's time for work and shift changes and school let off and school bus is gone. So just worried one of them is now going to get run over by a yahoo. So, but my leg's not really holding up too well today. But I expect, yeah, it's going to be a complete block off now. Some of the tow trucks are starting to get here. And it's really hot out there in direct sunshine. So I'll come back in here and change shirts or something. Hello, Puddles. Puddles wants to say hello, Puddles. How you doing? With the sirens and everything scared the baby. What you wonder what happened to me? Where'd it go? I'm gonna regret that. Ain't that right, Puddles? Nah, Okay. Left off on the whole
Her and Andy,
Okay.
or it was all of them together, like every single one of them in the family.
Where do you think Don was at work that day?
From what I've heard from the TBI, he was not at work.
No, I'm not talking about from TBI, what you know.
But what I know is I thought he was at work because I used to work with him.
right. Okay. Who put whose name in what? I think so we're basically out. And depending on how you look at it, okay. I really just heard one of their workplaces, minimum wage workplace, when they called them after their car and everything settled, tell them to hurry up and get in as soon as possible. Even though they've just been in the, yeah, pretty decent one, going pretty quickly at that. Thought, what assholes. The American dream, bro. Alright. May have to give her a minute till I get the, no. Because I've managed to pull one of them off the hill where they all, it's hard, they all ended up going up the hill and the neighbors and shit, like right at a tree. Like, I just, some people are really like, that this one wasn't far worse. Tuesday again, isn't it? Yep. I think we were here last Tuesday as well. And then just a few days before that was another one. A lot of average Tuesdays turn into not average Tuesdays lately for the last few years. Nah, there's no way they put a stop locker, and even if they did, ain't nobody gonna. And there wouldn't be enough traffic to change it to wait it. If it was time, people blow that son of a bitch. And nobody here wants to look at fucking stoplight. Nobody. Uh, it's just one of those areas, man. And I honestly think some of the line changes they made made it worse. But also, I don't know. It's honestly slower than it used to be with far less traffic. So over the years, it's slowed down quite a bit, even though traffic's increased. But you still have these. So this is still, percentage-wise, far less than it's been my whole life. I mean, usually there's like, when I was little, there'd be a couple of these a week. And they were always, most certainly, pretty bad. Now they're, it's just one of those places in the area that there's nothing that can really be done. It's just going to be as it is. And everybody here locally should know better by now and to slow down or stop their asses, even when you live here on this curve. Always known that you don't run that stop sign, and you better make sure that both ways and triple check shit happens. So, and sometimes despite your best efforts and doing everything right, average Tuesdays can turn into non average Tuesdays. That's true of any of us in this world. On any given day. Alright. So, there's this little piece. Part of a much larger piece. Now here come the RVs for Bays Mountain. They're stacked up there. Okay. So here's the little piece. It's part of a far larger piece. Now this is June 22nd of 2022. So it lands in between, pieces I just played. Right? Also gearing up to certain dates. Anyway, cycles, extreme and intense eating of iron, little and eldest and such, and well organized group tool behaviors. Alright, carrying on.
I mean, you can ask Chris. Chris even got Jose's social security number, got his hospital records, pulled everything. That's exactly the reason I gave it to Chris, because he can do more things than I can.
Right.
I mean, you can ask Chris. Chris even got Jose's social security number, got his hospital records, pulled everything. That's exactly the reason I gave it to Chris, because he can do more things than I can.
Right.
I mean, you can ask Chris. Chris even got Jose's social security number, got his hospital records, pulled everything. That's exactly the reason I gave.
Alright, and when they're fast forwarding here, it makes it a little hard to hear. At the time it's put out that Chris pulls socials and hospital information for YouTubers. What the fuck, right? So it's got Ziggy, Cam, and Allie. Allie of which is said to have done some fuck shit with medical stuff for many around us, but Ziggy, Cam, and Allie, Chroma, Mama, Adrian, hangs out the abuser and done all the fuck shit, and Justin. Hold on. Okay, I may or may not still be here. He really knows at this point. Some knocks cannot be ignored. That's all I can say. Alright, so Doc can see me. God, shit. Alright, anyway, so we're at this part.
To Chris, because he can do more things than I can. Right. I mean, you can ask Chris. Chris even got Jose's social security number, got his hospital records, pulled everything. That's exactly the reason I gave
Chris even got blah 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 blah.
it to Chris, because he can do more things than I can. Right. I mean,
I wonder how they all acquired those things. See, you're not supposed to be pulling people's hospital records, right? That right there should be an alarm sign to y'all. How did Justin acquire people's hospital and medical records? Much like a whole bunch of people have tried to do mine. Some have tapped into certain things too. Pretended to be me, pretended to be my doctors, pretended to be all kinds of shit too. Some with a little too much access inside of certain facilities or ways to access people's stuff that have worked with and do work inside of this little well-organized group here. See, you can pull all kinds of information about people, but you can't pull their medical shit. You can't do that. This group in McDonough have Justin, Krama, Adrian, who has no fucking bounds link she'll go to. What? Like you seen her do around Little and I and everything else with Jenny, So you tell me what, and you know it went into a database, right? Medical records, all these other things. You just see them all of this, not just a Jose. And why everything was being handed to McDonald's. Well, if you go all the way back to the Jose thing, who found him exactly? Who did that? Who acquired him? Exactly. Who were his first interviews with here? And remember, he came on the scene, right? His interviews, obviously having watched all of us and making up most of the shit he was saying. Just repeating and regurgitating what he'd heard, learned by watching all of us before coming online with his extra months added to the bullshit. Notice what Jose said and what his high points were this group took from it, right? Showers, and Jose rescued Summer and the towel thing, and that's what fights really bad. And also the bullshit didn't add up, and then they had to. Jose's mental health wasn't good, and it's like, oh, don't pick on him, don't eat at him, don't, oh my god, and then it went real south real quick. Do y'all remember? And then suddenly, the call from what Josh and McDonough was like, oh, his mental health. It was a, oh no, you can't touch this. Much like the 423 cancer thing. Oh, you can't touch this. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Oh yeah. And then not long after, of course, then you have Jose suddenly dying. Chasing Truth, putting a stamp on that. All I can still tell you is I wonder if, considering there's been so many fake deaths around here, bought and paid for obits and $129.99 buys you whatever on fake badges. I don't know, man. Especially if you that Chasing put her stamp on. Chasing that comes from Web Sleuth, Grey Hughes, and yeah, you guessed. Alright. Right. Chasing the Jenny, the agent, right? Circle our people. Who's been from the get-go attempted to be set up by this very same guy. Who can't quite catch on. Anyway, where do you think all of our medical records and everybody's personal shit ended up, considering all of them are one for all for one over here? What database? Who had a right to all these things about all this? Anyway, how is that going to solve Summer? So anyway, that's the short piece of this, right? But, see, what you have is the longer one. That it comes from. And let's not forget.
Can you believe the migrant?
Cam and Allie's rolling line about my son with Pamela Sanchez, Amy Tate, the tweaker from the Vigil, all that bullshit that rolling squall tits groups, etc., and doing all that shit. After Fred and all these, like Andy this, Andy that, Andy Jr. and Touchy Feely and all, oh, there's a pool up there and there wasn't all that. You remember all that. Keep all of it in mind, won't you?
are getting free flights, hotel rooms, and even straight up money. But guess what? Just for kicks,
The Haverstraw, and it goes back to Haverstraw, New York. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna have to mute this. I have phone call.
Good.
And of course, it's a Ziggy and a Kraken. Right.
Yeah. Dude, I really need to also find out who Andy's girlfriend is. I really am like needing to know that. Do you guys or wait, they're muted.
Oh dear. She really needed to figure out who Andy's girlfriend was. In June of 2022, and Lynette Court. Oh, yeah. Ziggy really needed to know and find out. And you know damn good my whole group did give me a break. Anyway.
I don't want to dox her or anything in here, but let's see here. Let me text these people.
That was weird, man.
What?
So I just got a phone call and somebody was like, "Where's Justin? Where's Justin?" And I was like, I think you got the wrong number, bro.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, do you guys know who Andy's girlfriend is? You don't have to, don't say a name or anything, but by chance, do you know who she is?
I don't. I have no idea. I know what the nickname they call.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I'm really on a mission to figure out who she is, because now I'm so like, the fact that Fred saw Andy on the road that day with this, going to like, he was meeting up with this truck without a state tags, and then some girl, I think he said dark car, that he said it looked very young, that the girl looked very young though. And I said, do you remember what kind of color hair he's like sandy blonde? I'm like, I don't know how he freaking remembers this stuff. Like,
he doesn't. He pulls it out of his ass for all of y'all to help target us with and do whatever the hell it is he's doing and has been doing since June 15th, much like the other people in there. And you've helped him. And the dates on this, with McDonough and the rest, and the groups and the cycles and leading up to courts and all this other bullshit. I had a flavor on it.
Even made a comment to him about his memory, and he's like, yeah, I have a really good memory. I could tell, like, my memory is horrible, absolutely horrible.
Mine's getting worse after doing all this. I try to hold on to so much information. It's
I
hard.
know. That's what you have to take notes and stuff, because otherwise you'll get off on, you'll forget to mention certain things. Well, at least I do.
I do it too.
Now you tell me knowing who or what she was or anything else mattered anything. She didn't know Summer. She didn't know any of us. Doesn't know jack shit about anything other than she'd been doing whatever with somebody for a long time before Summer vanished. So what was the point? Why did Ziggy need it? Why did this group need it? They did.
And I sent them those links. I sent Adrian the link through Discord, and I text the link to Justin. Maybe I should wait.
Oh, she sent stuff to Adrian and to Justin. Oh dear.
To move on to Ricky Crawford for them to come up here, because if they're going to talk about that white HHR, I swear I could have remembered Dawn mentioning something about a white vehicle too that was sitting out there, but I wonder if he got that off of Fred, because I thought I remember very early on.
And in chat, Ziggy, there was someone on Squall Tits that knew his girlfriend. Yeah, that would be his cousin that did the false lawsuit and then dropped it in front of another judge to fuck with him.
I know.
Of course.
Now, I
Yeah.
do remember him mentioning a yellow car that sped by.
Yeah.
But for him to specifically say a HHR like that, I know he might BS through a lot of his stuff, but there some of the stuff he.
I don't know. I found him very honest, but I guess I really wanted you guys to go there. I asked you at the vigil, but I didn't think you guys really seemed like you wanted to.
No, we wanted to go with you. It's just late, and I was riding with Chasing, and we had to go back to my vehicle, and then I had to help
Damn.
her. We helped her get to her motel.
Yeah.
You helped her trespass semi on 110 until she decided that was unlicensed. Y'all needed to back down. Yeah, we remember all that.
I just ended up going by myself. I was like,
You went out there that night?
Yes. The last,
Wow.
no, it was, let's see, the vigil was Wednesday. No, I left Friday morning, and I still, like, Thursday, I still hadn't been out to Fred's, and I went.
The piece I played a second ago, the 22nd, the original, and the larger piece it's from is the 21st.
To his house, like, around, I think it was, like, I don't know, early evening, but he wasn't there, and that's when I talked to his wife for a couple hours.
Right.
And I said, and I asked them, like, what time do they sleep? Like, and she said, you know, they are usually like night owls. They sleep during the day. He says it's too hot during the day, so he sleeps during the day.
I'm a therapist who goes to therapy, and some people think that's strange. The thing is, though, therapists are human beings, just like.
I'd say it is in that camper. I'd say it's freaking.
Well, they do have air in there, actually, because I asked them specifically about that. But I came back later on, super late at night. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was, like, out there by myself, but I wasn't scared at all going to Fred's. Like, Fred was not at all. He doesn't scare me at all. I wish other people, like, would go out there. I feel like you guys should still go out there and talk to him. I really wish you would.
I would love to.
Hey, can y'all fill me in on what is going on? Because I haven't been here. No, I haven't been here. And
fill you on what?
Like,
it would be a lot to fill you in on what stuff.
With the Jose thing. What's Jose got to do with it? Because if you guys are bringing a dead man into it and not letting him rest, then
that's not.
No. Yeah.
Oh, then you have problems because at one time, remember, he bought Jose non-slip grips while he made bazillions on Jose and the bullshit. They had Jose come out here and tell, much like H. Anybody?
What's happening at all? I'm just going
to make that very, very clear. I just want to make that very clear. So
no, everybody here, I agree, needs to speak with respect towards him. We're just bringing up things that I looked into a long time ago and that I talked about.
Okay.
And I've seen it.
You know, if Jose is really dead, these people have blood on their hands for the bullshit. Because maybe certain people's souls couldn't sit right with the shit asked to them. And they thought it was just going to be whatever, we can go further. And maybe it's that.
There's any ties to it.
With him, put your portals away, Justin.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, Chris and I have really smashed that Jose had nothing to do with it. He was nowhere near that property. He wasn't even in South Carolina.
That's what I said. I even said.
I did say. I guess I did say
North Carolina stuff early on. This is what I said. We were told later that it was South Carolina after being told North Carolina.
I did say that somebody was saying that Jose was out. That there was a rumor that Jose was.
We have Jonathan Lee Riches last night standing beside of a highway in the middle of the night. This is North Carolina. Was Jose Roman here? And I'm thinking, you dumbass. I've told you it was South Carolina, not North Carolina. And then he got something else wrong. It's
crazy because he's gotten a lot wrong. I know how it is. I was
was like, it's the, and it was the wrong fucking year. It was
you do get kind of,
2020.
I know that
He
he,
was listening in 2021.
yeah, but some people are saying that he was there right before Summer went missing. But no, I know how it is because I get kind
if
of.
you believe Andrew Hiltz in anything, God forbid.
Oh, I've never listened to
Need a
Andrew.
brain examination.
I've never listened to Andrew.
Okay, so basically, we were digging through your Fred interview.
And who around here made Jose the thing anyway? We gotta go find Jose and all that bullshit for eons before they acquired Jose. Even though nor Hiltz or even been here close to when Summer vanished. And then this drug aspect of this here, which could have been on certain people's narratives. Oh, sold, trafficked, whatever, right? Yeah. Who did all that? Anybody remember? Who started it?
Right, because he talked about, a lot of different stuff in the first interview. And Cam and Allie and I did that live after, and that we even, we were just kind of, I don't know, we were talking about a lot of the different things that Fred brought up that were accurate, right? That could be proven. And so, but when we were looking at the white HHR, I don't remember even how I think we were, because this was long before the Jose stuff came out.
It was way before.
So we were also looking for Jose, right? And
were Adrian and Jenny looking for Jose to acquire him, but then he come out with Josh and Justin McDonough. So who went digging for all this info to hand to McDonough? I don't know, man. Acquisitions and sales, bro.
at that point in time, they had said North Carolina, and we did find a Jose Ramon that.
At least 1,000 Jose.
Oh, I know. I know. I know. But we found one that had a white Chevy HHR, which is a strange car to have, right? So, but he had a girlfriend. I'll have to go back and look at it again.
Do you have those screenshots I sent you? Because I can't find mine.
I might. I'd have. Well, a lot of my. So, funny enough, after I was up on Benny's and old Pandrew came up, that later on that evening, my computer got wiped. So, I lost everything, all of my work, everything. I lost everything. So, and a couple of people have said the same thing about him coming up on a panel and then they lose everything up there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hilt's the master hacker of everyone. Does that dude look like he's being paid enough in the background to be hacking and doing all the things and wiping people's shit? Hell no. Hey, but that's okay. That was some other funky shit. But don't forget, Benny got her a new nice computer around the rabbit ear and all that shit. Alright. And she got terrified. And it's like, well, thanks for the computer, but peace out. After Torment and Jody Sue, we got the 125 ticket or whatever. So. Bye, Benny.
So anyways, yeah, it's odd. So anyways, the HR was registered. There was one registered to a Jose Ramon, and Fred had mentioned back in January this white HHR being on Simpson Loop. So
and then it, like, the wife, what was weird is the wife even had ties to right out here in Virginia, and then
Here's how to legally steal gasoline from
They just leap anywhere and put shit everywhere, even if it ain't right. They don't.
gas stations.
Meanwhile, they'll get online and everything and tell you that they're here for whatever. And they want to make sure all their bullshit's accurate. No, but they'll put out shit about All kinds of people that ain't. They do it every damn day.
Programmer got fired from his job at a German car manufacturer.
Churchill, Tennessee, too. That's one thing that, and I'm not saying it proves anything, because there's actually a Jose Roman that has a criminal record in Hawkins County. That's not him.
Right.
That's not him at all.
There is.
But I was just bringing up the fact that we saw that, and that was just weird. But it didn't mean that there's even anything to it, because I even brought it through. Actually, we stopped even looking into it after.
Yeah.
When Summer went missing, Jose was in Puerto Rico.
Right.
Yeah. I remember that because his connection was terrible too. So they don't.
So then what was the point? In continuing further, wasn't it?
Have after that hurricane, whatever, right? That could be
Listen
proven.
closely.
And so, but when we were looking at the white HHR, I don't remember even how I think we were, because this was long before the Jose stuff came out.
It was way before.
So we were also looking for Jose, right? And at that point in time, they had said North Carolina, and we did find a Jose Ramon that.
There's at least 1,000 Jose.
I know. I know. But we found one that had a white Chevy HHR, which is a strange car to have, right? So, but.
Oh, wow, they found one out of thousands that had it. And then, well, this was said a while back, this HHR thing. Yeah, by Ziggy and Fred. And this HHR supposedly was saying, guess what, you dumb bitches? During a time period when Russian woodcutters and crews were parked everywhere, bringing vehicles as they came to work in the mornings. Oh my gosh! But it must be things we got tracked down. So fucking stupid as shit.
He had a girlfriend. I'll have to go back and look at it again. Do
you have those screenshots I sent you? Because I can't find mine.
I might. I'd have. Well, a lot of my. So, funny enough, after I was up on Benny's and old Pandrew came up, that later on that evening, my computer got wiped. So, I lost everything, all of my work, everything. I lost everything. So, and a couple of people have said the same thing about him coming up on a panel and then they lose everything of their. Yeah. So anyway.
And you lost everything and there's no backups or anything. And how in the hell are you going to look back at your work to see about an HHR, huh? Matched on it up.
Yeah, it's odd. So, anyways, the HHR was registered. There was one registered to a Jose Ramon, and Fred had mentioned back in January this white HHR being on Simpson Loop. So
and then it like the wife. What was weird is the wife.
And you can tell them already knew that Fred was full of bullshit. But at that time, it was pretty important to continue to build Fred up, and the bullshit lies, everything else that. Yeah.
We even had ties to right out here in Virginia, and then Churchill, Tennessee, too. That's one thing that, and I'm not saying it proves anything, because there's actually a Jose Roman that has a criminal record in Hawkins County. That's not him.
Right.
And these database queens, they had all of Ziggy's interviews and stuff with Fred, and they could automatically tell us bullshit. Why even bother? And as you can see recently, they decided, he was officially full of shit. But yet at this time, they're going to pretend they. Yeah, bro.
Him at all. But I was just bringing up the fact that we saw that, and that was just weird. But it didn't mean that there's even anything to it, because I even brought it through. Actually, we stopped even looking into it after.
Yeah.
When Summer went missing, Jose was in Puerto Rico.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that because his connection was terrible too. So they don't have, after that hurricane, whatever, took out a lot of their, well, they had lost like electricity and they lost, internet and all of that, and they still haven't gotten it all back. So I remember his internet was terrible when he was down there.
So the age, can you help me?
Yeah, she remembers that, and she was in contact to know that his stuff was wonky and messed up. Yep, sales and acquisitions of olives, indeed.
Only thing that I had a problem with was
who?
the age. How old was Jose? Was he 56 or 57?
No, I don't remember.
That's the only thing that was the thing that I couldn't find.
The girlfriend was like, or the wife or whatever she was, her name was Rebecca.
Yeah.
I remember that. So, and they were in North Carolina, but they had several addresses. There was several, it was like a couple different states. They're like Virginia, North Carolina, a couple different
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Whoever took Summer was either on 110 Ben Hill Road or very close around it.
Well, Fred Hill said that the car where he saw the HHR was at Simpson Loop, would be the right across the road from Ben Hill.
Yeah. Right, but we can't take. I mean, with all due respect, we can't take Fred Hill's with everything he says as gospel either.
That's right.
Right.
Well, just like Jose, though, you can't take what Jose says as gospel.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
See, he's like, lay off my preferred meat. It's bullshitting for me and doing all the things. And gosh, ain't he just followed everybody's whatever they wanted script for him this whole time? Ain't he, though? No bounds, some of these folks. Either way. Yeah, car parked at Simpson during times that an abundance of cars were parked. But then also it's supposedly backed in.
Absolutely not. But you got to back it up with facts. You have to
back it up with facts. Back it up with facts with Jose, though. You can't get you have to be. Chris, I know it's difficult because I know you can. I get defensive of Fred sometimes too.
Now at this point, Jose's obviously dead. Justin's over here with a straight face going, you gotta be able to back it up with proof and this. As I recall, when proof and everything came out on Jose being a fucking liar, he immediately was like, oh, we gotta go, bye. And then everybody still took everything as gospel and it still has an effect on everything. You'd think talking behind the scenes with Jose, they would have vetted or had proof certain things first before bringing them out online and apparently having them study all this stuff online first. So that Jose knew all the lingo, knew who Voldemort was, and all these other things. But they didn't do that, did they? Well, soon make him study certain shit, but weren't worried about proving it. Do you think they would have had that? Like a dude semi-full shit. They can hunt a motherfucker down in whatever country or place it is. With bad signal, you'd think they'd have the capability of the database and to know that what they're bringing forward is bullshit. Or not accurate, whatever, but weird they never do that, do they? They can pull hospital records, criminal records, all this other bullshit, everything about all this, know what P color it is a day and everything. They just keep bringing up bullshit or having these studying ass motherfuckers or doing whatever. I don't know, man. These weapons and these willing to be used by this group do weird shit. Weird shit.
Well, I understand.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, you can ask Chris. Chris even got Jose's social security number, got his hospital records, pulled everything. That's exactly the reason I gave it to Chris, because he can do more things than I can.
Right. I agree with that.
Right. Cam can agree with that. you know, that it's, I guess, best when you pull down all this other stuff to give it to Chris. He can do more with it. What does that mean exactly, you think?
I remember somebody bringing up a white vehicle. I didn't know about an HHR though. I could swear it was like Dawn or somebody mentioned a white. I remember very, very, very early on, like at the beginning of the case, about a car sitting out there, and I'm trying to remember, like, right, that could be pretty.
Sure, you don't get ripped off.
And how did acquiring Jose's medical records and shit? By no legal man. How in the hell did that help Summer? If you listen close, it sounds like this group and others actually got their hands on all these things and then they hand it over to Chris. Because no, it's not legal if you have no reason to be pulling people's anything in your background other than, I mean, obviously y'all have programs to pull shit on people, right? What's publicly available. What is it they go around calling it because it sounds better than public open source intelligence, you know, with their web sleuthing? Makes it sound like some FBI, but it's just a bunch of assholes with monthly payments to fucking websites where you can pull stuff, right? But law enforcement just can't go around all willy-nilly doing shit either. You know? Not even supposed to be pulling you fucking tags unless you're committing a crime.
So first you're going to plug it into your OBD port, and then after you're going to tap to see what code you have on your car. So you can see this car is throwing the...
Proven. And so, but when we were looking at the white HHR, I don't remember even how I think we were, because this was long before the Jose stuff came out.
It was way before.
So we were also looking for Jose, right? And at that point in time, they had said North Carolina, and we did find a Jose Ramon that...
There's at least 1,000 Jose.
Oh, I know. I know. I know. But we found one that had a white Chevy HHR, which is a strange car to have, right? So, but he had a girlfriend. I'll have to go back and look at it again.
Do you have those screenshots I sent you? Because I can't find mine.
I might. I'd have. Well, a lot of my. So, funny enough, after I was up on Benny's and old Pandrew came up, that later on that evening, my computer got wiped. So, you know, I lost everything, all of my work, everything. I lost everything. So, and a couple of people have said the same.
Remember, certain devices of certain people in this group all suddenly faced the same demise. As certain peoples were being confiscated by law enforcement in and around this group. Certain white rabbit era things. Do you remember that?
Same thing about him coming up on a panel and then they lose everything up there. Yeah.
Yeah, big hecking concern and all that bullshit about who had or where all of Rap's devices were when they set him up with Justin on, you know, to get arrested with Jinky's feller there at Summer's event in Balaton. Wonder why. Many of us have to wonder why.
So anyways, yeah, it's odd. So anyways, the HHR was registered. There was one registered to a Jose Ramon, and Fred had mentioned back in January this white HHR being on Simpson Loop. So,
and then it, like the wife, what was weird is the wife even had ties to right out here in Virginia and then Churchill, Tennessee too. That's one thing that, and I'm not saying it proves anything because there's actually a Jose Roman that has a criminal record in Hawkins County. That's not him.
Right.
Right.
Not him at all.
There is.
But I was bringing up the fact that we saw that, and that was just weird. But it didn't mean that there's even anything to it, because I even brought it through. Actually, we stopped even looking into it after.
Yeah.
When Summer went missing, Jose was in Puerto Rico.
Right.
Yeah. I remember that because his connection was terrible too. So, and they don't have, after that.
And of course, Penny and the whole Highburn chat.
That hurricane, whatever, took out a lot of their. Well, they had lost like electricity, and they lost, internet and all of that, and they still haven't gotten it all back. So I remember his internet was terrible when he was down there.
So the age, can you help me? The only thing that I had a problem with was the age. How old was Jose? Was he 56 or 57?
No, I don't remember.
That's the only thing that was the thing that I couldn't find.
The girlfriend was like, or the wife or whatever she was, her name was Rebecca.
Yeah.
I remember that. So, and they were in North Carolina, but they had several addresses. There was several, it was like a couple different states, like Virginia, North Carolina, a couple different
Tennessee.
places. Yeah.
Whoever took Summer was either on 110 Ben Hill Road or very close around it.
Well, Fred Hill said that the car where he saw the HHR was at Simpson Loop, would be the right across the road from Ben Hill.
Yeah.
Right, but we
Within the
can't
road.
take. With all due respect, we can't take Fred Hill's with everything he says as gospel either.
That's right.
Right,
Well,
right.
just like Jose, though, you can't take what Jose says as gospel.
What gets me though is in the earliest days after Summer vanished, inside that road. Otherwise, even with moved out here, talking to Fred this year. But it's Fred. The very first days he mentions Dawn and Adette. Right. Fred, in the earliest days, was trying to confuse and fuck up shit. I mean, the first days, and trying to imply Summer was gone before the 15th and trying to, what the fuck? And then, and then the other kid he says is taken off back. And then you have, in the days after that, you have Fred starting to put out the idea that there's multiple Jose's and there's multiple Andys and multiple this and the other. Yeah, it's like there was one that lived in the shed down there. A long time before Summer vanished. And Fred was like, oh, there's more than one though, and there's more this, and there's more Jose's somewhere on the hill then. Now, because Fred and Laura are watching this place at a certain point though, in later days, what they said, they could have easily been getting certain stuff from here. However, what cannot be explained is that some of these things Fred was saying before they were ever being said online. And then you do have the H and Chris and the McDonough and all this other shit coming into play, Come on, man. Fred said.
Well, how's it different?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But you got to back it up with facts. You have to
But how
back it
did
up
you
with facts.
back it up with facts with Jose, though? You can't get, you have to be, I know it's difficult because I know you can, I get defensive of Fred sometimes too. I understand.
I'm just saying, you can ask Chris. Chris even got Jose's social security number, got his hospital records, pulled everything. That's exactly the reason I gave it to Chris, because he can do more things than I can.
Right. I agree with
Well,
that.
I remember somebody bringing up a white vehicle. I didn't know about an HHR though. I could swear it was like Dawn or somebody mentioned a white. I remember very, very, very early on, like at the beginning of the case, about a car sitting out there. And I'm trying to remember,
Well, see, this is where if
I didn't know it was Simpson though. I don't remember saying Simpson. I was thinking it was. I don't remember Simpson, but
I'm gonna
that's
try to
what.
pull up
Because
this
Fred said
Facebook.
Simpson.
So I have the Haverstraw. Hold on a second. I think I found it right now. I just found what I was looking for. And I'll show. I got to be careful with this because I don't want to show anybody's info. It's not.
Imagine Cam, of all people, going, oh, I gotta be careful with this. I don't want to show anybody's whatever. And all them, they act like that, right? All the time. Even that shit about my son and everything else, it was disproven. Cam himself had disproven it eons before, but then when necessary for this group, he came right out and did it. And then kept moving the goalposts and the lines so they could try to find dates that fit the bullshit. And it never did and still don't fit the bullshit. And we all know better and it never made sense anyway. But Fred was playing in it, Scripps playing in it. All goes back to the multiple Jose's and the Andy's and the touchy-feely shit that McDonough put out here. And that Squalted did as form blackmail and all the bullshit around the Scamathon era, right? On purpose after certain people. You know, we're not going through it all again. Just not.
He very much did, that girl.
Okay. So this the Haverstraw, and it goes back to Haverstraw, New York, and all that. That was the one reason too. It was miles until.
And a person named now, although I'm sure my original recording is maybe a name change. Who said what? And it says, I quote, respectfully, Chris couldn't find Jose. He asked his Discord to confirm if the RSO was the real Jose back in the day. I really like Chris. Yeah, see, Jose puts out, or Chris puts out his little calls for all the people to do the tool work. And then if they just happening, I'm back to him. Well, yeah, just blah, blah. Yeah, right. So Chris didn't have the ability, even with Cold Case Foundation, to figure out who Jose was. Or to pull his medical shit, all this crap they had here, and then hand it over to it. I hate to tell you this, but what you're seeing in each open and active investigation is an acquisition and sales department of a well-organized criminal group online, fucking tampering with and terrorizing, annihilating and destroying everyone and everything they can get their little super sleuth fucking paws on. And so far as I can tell, their track record is about zero for finding or helping children or women of any kind. And yeah, that ain't the only place. They ended up in Chris's Discord somehow. You wanna know how it was? A lot of them actually started in web sleuths with Trisha, who then had a fake fight with McDonough and took all the little material down after the Jamie Wilson thing. And you remember when she came and apologized to Dawn a while back and such when he first went to Arkansas? Kissed his ass, and well, if you hear what she says to Dawn during that I'm sorry thing and such, so she'll get preferred mate that is Dawn finally. And does the same emotional and psychological manipulations done to all of us with fake fights and we're on your side and whatever bullshit to acquire us and they think works, it does on some, but it doesn't fit with what she was telling Sebastian. It doesn't fit. Because she was like, oh, Dawn, I'm sorry, the way people treated you and the lies and all these people in chat just saying whatever they want to you, it's terrible and so sorry for what's happened to you because of these people and shit. But then here she is doing the same goddamn shit. Chris Proudfoot with them stupid ass jokes, PIs, and everything else in tow. While chasing truth is running back and forth between her room the other night when she did that, Seth. Or Chris and Seth, technically. Because boy, ain't this group got their paws into Seth real good and the worms in his ear. Felt like they did Dawn and Monster. They're doing the same goddamn thing, but Chasen was running back and forth the night. Web Sleuth ran their piece, stalled them in tow. Chasen's over there. But then his granny and all them are reviewing the piece and calling it Lola, which is where the hive's hanging out now. Chasen's saying a whole different thing. You know, usual chasing truth bullshit. She's always chasing her tail one way or the other, ain't she? And of course, Gray obviously got up there on Web Sleuth the other night when we know we're chasing him. It's fine, eh? And Jenny did love her some Gray Hughes too in the beginning. She was angling for whatever. But anyway, you have Scott H and all them actually coming out. Sort of Web Sleuth. Then AB, Chris McDonough and all this shit coming into play. Whole bunch of this fuckery actually comes from Trisha, who hosted and built up Chris McDonough and advertised his channel. And then sent people over to him, and they shared a great deal many mods. And they giggled about it. I wonder who all those mods could have been. And oh boy, isn't Chasing just tight with Patricia anyway. Weird, isn't it? The acquisition and sales department that are now tunneling through Sebastian's case here in Tennessee. And the family. And splitting apart and pitting people against people with lies and worms and ears. Playbook style. 101 for this group with the same fucking group. Funneling through it like a goddamn freight train. Fundraisers, billboards, GoFundMe bullshit, pitting each other against, promising help that there ain't, search crew fights, yeah, all this other bullshit, PI, yeah, you got the whole gambit, same thing, they're just working a little quicker. And it's something.
Last reported mileage until 2015, but the address of this Jose went back to New York is why I was thinking it might be something to do with it, and it just made me think about it just now when we were talking about the white HHR, because I was like, I remember telling Adrian, I think I even ran Chasing Truth by this too back then, and told her to look into it, but I didn't want to. That's the thing she talks about too. A lot of the stuff we look into, we don't ever talk about.
Right.
Here. Because
Meanwhile, half all of them are hanging around C&D already. They could have just been like, hey dude, was he ever driving an HHR? Or go back to the fact that here's Adrian. She's been in contact with Jose, who comes out here full tilt saying he didn't even have a vehicle. Grandis had to drive him. So why then are they even looking into an HHR connected with Jose or any of this bullshit?
as I want to make sure that there's something to it, and that's why I want to make sure too right here by saying this, that not no way, shape, or form saying that it is Jose's. I'm just saying that this is something.
No, I don't really. No, I didn't. I don't.
And it gets dumber though, right? Even if Jose had bought an HHR, right, and traveled here in the days leading up to Summer Ranch, pretty sure GPS, proof, evidence, reams and reams of data, interviews, and like Jose said, he'd been talked to by Ellie. I'm pretty sure it would have been ferreted and sussed out. And GPS, phone location, also bullshit. So why in the hell is there a bunch of super sleuths doing all this bullshit and making Jose think, wow, doesn't make sense. You know why? For y'all's entertainment and everybody else's destruction. Their acquisitions and sales matter.
Never really have. It's never even really crossed my mind that it's Jose.
I know, Ziggy. I know that.
Right. Not mine either, but it was just a strange coincidence because, I mean, really, white HHR, that you don't really see very many of those. That's why,
Right.
Never crossed anyone's minds. Jill brought him out here as a what? As a weapon. And as a tool. Adding on more false months and things than had occurred and all this shit, and then when it got caught too quick by the public, then it was, oh God, bye Jose! Much like it was when Cam and Allie couldn't keep up the fake Fed story, and much like it was when Ziggy got set up after the not being able to keep up with the monster story and the right shit. And all these other things, right, have occurred. And people thrown off the bus for fucking up a little too far. Just weird shit all the way around for years.
But I mean, Jose was broke.
Yeah.
It came back to a 55, Jose Antonio Roman.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that Jose with. I think I see you and I pulled that before, but it had nothing to do with it, Jose.
I see you. Wasn't ICU the one out there with the tragedy pimp crew and acting the false bullshit with Dolly and beating the hood of the car and Quentin Simons? And was it Salty C or was it ICU that had the Chris McDonough lost interview between him and I? But the rest of that stream could never be seen because, you know, of Q's the last day of the marathon where Chris was present. But it was audio, I don't remember.
Right, there's like...
Actually, hold on. Anyway, let's see here.
50,000 freaking Jose Ramon.
Ramon. I mean, that's about as, you know, I guess it's Spanish or Puerto Rican as you get, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I just was saying that it's really easy to get, like, because I understand too, it's extra sensitive because Jose is passed now. So it's easy to get, like, I get like that. But I feel like.
Did Jose lie about things? Of course he lied about things.
Oh, I don't even know.
Did he stretch the truth sometimes? Absolutely. But Chris and I have heard that man gut cry.
Yeah, I don't think that
girl missing. Way harder than I have ever seen daughter Candace cry.
But I just wanted you to. I mean, we weren't at all like accusing him.
No, that's why I came here. That's why I came here, because I just wanted to make sure. Because
I know,
but this is, I'm not saying this was you, Ziggy, or anything, but it's, you know, people.
Meanwhile, Chad's calling for let's get off Jose. Let's get off Jose. Blah blah blah. You know why? Because at that point they definitely don't want Jose brought back up to the question, which they continued to do for a long time until that one channel brought out the death certificate and chasing come along for it. I was like, oh, I'm putting the stamp on it. Weird.
People watching us right now, and then they're like, you know, everybody goes and runs with it. You know what I mean?
It's true. It's true, and I wanted to make sure that that's what I'm saying.
Justin's over. Make sure y'all shut up and stay in line and stop bringing up Jose. Because y'all are supposed to let that go. We're supposed to mention no more attention on that, please. Look away. Get on to something else.
And this is just something that, but yeah, all I need to be looked into. I want to look. We were looking into it, but therefore I am not saying anything is involving him whatsoever. Like we have not said about anybody, but we look into what records we have because that's all we can do. When we have public record, we put it out, or we can say this ties, or we can say it doesn't tie to this. You know, even with all the stuff with Sherfy, all the people in Beach Creek, Jody Sue, nobody's saying her, but we're just bringing up things that they've said that does not add up. I guess I'm trying to say, but that doesn't mean they're guilty of anything.
Well,
remember, this is a tweaker that told me I was searching for Summer's footprints or whatever the fuck that shit was. Well, he was obviously twitched out. But told me I was looking for Summer's footprints and all this other shit, and then I should have somehow been on Summerwell's Facebook groups that didn't even exist, and it was, if y'all were here for it, you were here for it. I don't know what to tell you. And then he thought about it for 2 days, and then went and called the feds, telling them I was looking for Summer's footprints or had found them before. I don't know. It was some wild shit. And then every time I'd be like, man, motherfuckers are using. They're tweaked out. I got my ass eat alive over here for several years for it. Now, that does not mean that Cayman Alley weren't semi-halfway set up for not keeping up the fake Fed story either.
Motive means an opportunity.
Yeah.
right. And I think, and Kevin Allen and I even had even talked about that night, like, you know, was it a possibility that maybe if that was the same Jose, you know, which now you said it isn't, so I would. Be more apt to believe you than what we thought at that point in time. This was well before Jose, and you had your interview with him. So this was back in, I want to say, like March. I think, like, it was a while ago.
Yeah.
But we even talked about the possibility that, like, if the girl or whatever that he went to be with, that, you know, Grandma dropped him off to or whatever, if they had an HHR and they came back at one point for something else or whatever, and then left, and then Fred got that time frame, you know what I mean, mixed up, like, oh yeah.
I just can't with it. Anyway, I'm pretty over that piece. Just the McDonald's stuff, they really. And now they're all acquiring all these things and giving them to certain people and doing certain shit with them. I think it's important to add this piece in here. From July 22nd, 21.
And I really appreciate everything that you do for us, and we're thankful for that. Well, yesterday was part one of the interview with Hunter. Today, it was a busy day, absolutely really busy day. And, first of all, I just want to, clear the air in relationship to, maybe some misunderstanding from folks. In no way, shape, or form are we interfering with this investigation. That's number one. The information provided to us, I know for a fact it's already been provided to TBI, other investigators. And so this is no different what I'm doing here than what a journalist news team would do and sit down with folks or witnesses or whoever if they had the opportunity to. So that said,
I don't know. I don't recall Ansley asking Discords. They're coming to social media. They're asking the cyber sleuths to go get records and pull everything on everybody everywhere and hand them over to them. I don't recall it.
Folks are going to say what they want to say, and I'm good with that. I've been around the block a couple of weekends, and if there's any question of my credibility,
I don't recall Ansley making sure to be on panels and shit and weird fuck shit and critters related to certain folks from yours. I don't know, Don Drove got arrested, all weird shit. Brad being in play during all that. Douglas, everybody else, I don't recall Ansley messaging any of us on that one, and if we're all drinking or what we're up to or whereabouts or that shit either. I don't recall any investigative reporter, not any of them, doing that. Any of those things. I recall more than a few warning us about and making us aware of certain things, though, and certain folks, stalkers, weird shit. It all linked back to this group doing it to all of us, so I do remember that. But it was also being done to certain real reporters and allies right here, as well as us. I do remember that.
Who I am and what I'm about, then just go ahead. I'm going to ask that somebody put the link in here about my interview with Brandon Wilson and the fact that I'm the executive director, the national director for law enforcement relationships.
He just had to hold up, his cold case shirt on. He wanted to show everybody the insignia.
For the Cold Case Foundation, which is the largest cold case homicide investigations team with over 125 members internationally. So I'm the guy that actually shakes hands and kisses babies with law enforcement agencies, and I am personal friends with Dave Roush here in Tennessee, who runs TBI.
Hey, you remember in that fake Fed Discord with Penny? Remember that? You remember how many times they kept me bringing up the name Dave Roush and saying Roush, saying it and Roush this, Roush that? Anybody remember that in a jiffy Slay Penny Discord? Roush. Anybody remember that? Huh. That's weird, ain't it? That's weird.
That said, we received that.
Roush must not have been aware there was a Slay, a clandestine one inside of Lawson's offices is like super secret spy plus a delivery boy plus whatever, and screwing with all this and pretending to be a fake Fed, setting up the real Feds on Summer's case together, and saying that he was chewing people's asses and all this, they were hearing it, blah blah, and Roush this and Roush that, and go Roush, that Penny on doing Discord. It's just weird, that name.
Thousands of comments, and some plus, some negative. We're good with both, but when it gets nasty, then
Now remember, this is July 22nd. And you, of course, have a newspaper piece calling him a YouTube podcaster host. Making sure a big bold letter to them. Certain to. Now here's one of the pieces.
Hello there.
Unfortunately, this is one that played in Fuck Ship Chasing Truth around the Jose thing, but it's
America True Crime. I'm Angel Prissy. Today I'm going to discuss a question that's been going around for the last couple of days. Is Chris McDonough of The Interview Room working with TBI on the Summer Wells case? On a recent live stream, Chris McDonough of The Interview Room indicated that he had filed share with the TBI on the Summer Wells case. This made several people on YouTube ask, how are certain people allowed to communicate with TBI and certain others not? In general, it was more so other YouTube channels that asked this question. Following this was reference to TBI, where one of the people at TBI, Leslie Earhart, said that they were not working with Mr. McDonough, and that was a past quote. And I believe someone asked again, and the quote was renewed. And this led another channel to chime in and say that Chris McDonough, a YouTube personality, basically was not working with TBI. And a few other channels and a few commenters said likewise. I don't find this to be a coincidence because Chris McDonough has been saying some controversial things about individuals which are being challenged as I speak. I just looked at a live stream and a few people are going at it over the latest Chris McDonough, The Interview Room. So what is this all about? I wanted to tie down what exactly this sharing between Mr. McDonough and the TBI was, and he actually put out proof that he was using something called SharePoint. Now, this is a Microsoft product that, in their words, quote, empowers teamwork with dynamic and productive team sites for departments and teams and divisions. In other words, it's a collaborative tool for Microsoft. It's easy to use and share out. Now, how he got this SharePoint access, it was a link, and it's provided by someone in the tech department with the TBI. Law enforcement departments are known to work with outside organizations. Now,
of course, cold case on everything, so they could get stuff too. Whatever. Wow. What proof?
Mr. McDonough has bona fides. He's a retired investigator from California. He's handled a lot of cases. There has been controversy during his career. In this case, the email was through the Cold Case Foundation. So that would be one way to get into the door as an organization, officially, with TBI, to share information and files with them. I don't necessarily think they're sharing or providing files going outward. We don't have proof of that, but this could answer some of the questions that are out here. Notice I say could and some. Do you have more questions? I want you to...
Oh, we got all kinds of questions. There we go. We'll do this piece too.
Introducing the Undone.
Even though it's with this jackass I can't stand that run up church help build. But whatever.
The non-lethal self-defense platform. Lightweight and simple to use. It uses an easy-to-load.
So how is everyone? I hope you're all well. This is just really kind of a public service announcement. You know, it's one of them things when you give people some information that's quite helpful and would kind of, you know, avoid any confusion out on the YouTube streets. So Chris McDonough is not working alongside TBI at all. They have not approached him to help, and anything that he does is basically as a civilian. So for anybody who comes and says that he is working alongside them or they have asked him to help them, I'm just clarifying now that Leslie Earhart herself has stated, because what we did, we basically chased up to make sure that the original information that she put out to say that he was not helping was indeed her, and she's come back.
Yeah. That's Leslie Earhart, spokesman of the TBI. Tweet 8921. Thank you for reaching out. We are not working with Mr. McDonough, nor did we request his assistance. And so they asked specifically, is Chris McDonough working with you on the Summer Wells case? It's all the way in the way. Oh dear, I've done fucked up all kinds of shit, bros. So I get my hands and everything else not working correctly. No, you cats. And now me. I got my paper towels and all kinds of shit fucked up. Anyway. So. Give me that. Yeah, you're sneezing, because I did it this time. Sorry. At least y'all managed to move on my birthday. It was actually kind of handy this time. Alright. Carrying on.
And said, no, that's me. I said it. And we asked whether that information was valid. And
so then what happens is, because this comes back up in 22, much like the last video you just heard from American True Crime, because it's being a thing again, right? Harsh and everybody else wanted to verify again, just to be sure that everything still stood as it was in 21, right? So in July of 22, they reconfirmed with Leslie. Should have thought back. They confirmed with Leslie again. July 14th, 9:31. Good morning. That is, in fact, my official TBI account. The information included in my original response is still accurate. Best, Leslie Earhart, July 13th, 2022. So for 2 years running, 2 years, in a way, I guess, right? At least 1 year passed in between, but having to be reconfirmed twice during that period. Or confirmed and then reconfirmed.
she has said, yep, the information that was contained within that is also still valid. So either she's lying, or if Chris McDonough has stated anything that would lead people to believe that he was working alongside the TBI, or that he had any share files or anything and they were sharing information from one to another, then that would be a lie.
I don't know, he told me he was working lost and that law enforcement was headed to them and all this other fuck shit. Timing didn't match up when he came here for that Jump Out Boy interview. That just didn't happen. I wonder how many other people thought they were working for, had the backing behind them to keep them safe from certain types of fuckery that were told to be stalking us and getting shit to then maybe try to shut us up if made look certain ways falsely by them as forms of blackmail and shit. We didn't acquiesce or do whatever, didn't shut the fuck up, blah blah. Made look certain ways we didn't, by all these stalking us. Maybe they thought that they were indeed working for some real agency, people with clout or whatever. Maybe the reason, I think, in the way back that some people like Brad thought they were being told real things by real people, or that feds knew, or this one knew, or whatever knew. There was some people in here scared shitless coming forward or saying anything. Yeah, I wonder a lot of things. I wonder. Okay. So, carrying on. It is a very weird day. So, for a year running, law enforcement, feds, etc., to come out, keep saying, newspapers saying, YouTube podcast host. Oh, it's so weird that Ron finds truth is holding a wrench and shares. So weird. Anyway. Yes.
found deleted text messages, visited. That isn't really the shocking revelation. The shocking revelation is that Hunter claims to have gone through Candace's phone, looked through her deleted files, and found what he claims. And again, this is what he claims. This isn't my opinion. This is what this boy claims. He found deleted text messages to her drug dealer, so he claims, that said it was done. What was done?
That's July 21.
This awkward occurrence or awkward entertainment. So searches for
heavy foliage. Active. Young Ray joins us as well as read. Continue.
I hope this past June and then she did walk away from the house. Someone abducted her and partners. They admitted I may have that name wrong. So that's what he said. It's Wells' YouTube page. You know why Donald Wells took the truck when they left the swimming pool of this shed. I don't know why Hunter mentioned the shed and why he mentioned Billy Bob. He made the mistake of mentioning where I thought Billy Bob was up there touching kids. Then they had to correct the script. Well, no, Billy Bob is someone who likes Grandma Candace. This is...
Which is weird, right? Other people noticed it too.
Michelle, do you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember. She was dead asleep in the bathroom.
That's fine. That's fine. So she changes her clothes here, and she takes her clothes with her.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
So then, when she got changed from swimming, they had bought her an outfit to put on because they were supposed to go to Jonesboro, I think. Yeah, Jonesboro for this big park, like water park.
Okay. So that was the initial thought?
I guess so. I mean, I don't know.
So what did you think was going to happen?
I thought we was just all going to go fishing, swimming.
And then in the truck she changes the plan?
No, she changes it to swimming because she grabbed her mother.
Say it again?
She changed it to swimming because she grabbed her mother.
Oh, okay. So she goes from here. Where do you guys go?
From here, we go to the hospital.
Okay.
Pick up her mother. Pick up Grandma. Not even like 10 minutes later, we go to Walgreens.
Is that near the hospital?
No, it's on Fort Henry Drive.
Okay, so it's the Walgreens by the Warrior Park?
She changed it to swimming because she had to get Grandma, but get the fishing, but then they were also going to go to Jonesboro.
Yeah,
that one is you come out and it's right there?
Yes.
Okay. Not bad for an old man, huh?
No, not really.
Not bad, not bad. I'm cooking here.
So there's So we went there.
You go there first,
and then
after you pick up grandma.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
And then we put this prescription in.
Okay.
Which is like probably about like 10, 15 minutes.
Do you know what kind of drugs?
No, I have no idea. She wouldn't say the name to it.
Got it.
And then we handed a prescription. They said about like 10, 15. No, it's going to be 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I was saying the line was long.
Okay.
10 to 15. We'll wait 30 to 35.
Because you have
who went inside the store?
Nobody went in. We went through the drive-thru.
Got it.
The drive-thru. And then while we were in the drive-thru, her husband calls her talking about this dude named Andy or Andrew on the property that's been there for like a week or so. She told me they keep stalking little kids.
Who's that?
Some dude named like Andy or Andrew. I have no idea who it was.
Okay. And why did Don call?
I have no idea. He just called. I don't even know if he was working at the time.
Okay.
But if he was working, he obviously wouldn't know that there was some dude looking at the little kids. I'm sorry, but there's a nice car over there.
There's a what?
A nice car right there.
That's semi-young.
Oh, okay.
I just keep looking at it because it's nice.
So this dude named Andrew, Don calls Candace
and tells her about, I don't know if his name is Anthony Andrews or something with A.
And tell me about that conversation.
All I heard was,
and how did you hear it?
I heard because I asked her why he called.
Okay.
The only thing that she told me from the phone call is that there was some dude, Andrew, Anthony, Andy, whatever it was, just the name A. Okay. That's all I remember. Is that he's been up on the property for a week or two, trying to, like, I guess she said touch the little kids. That's what I was told.
He's trying to have what?
Touch the little kids.
Touch the kid?
Like, give him a hug or something.
What do you think? Do you think that's true?
I mean, it could be because she's had this, name is Billy, right? Yes, Billy. Billy was up there doing that stuff until he got arrested.
And Billy is...
And Chris goes, you think this could be true? Hunter goes, well, yeah, because she's had this guy per Billy doing that same stuff till he got arrested. Implying that there was a Billy up there touching kids till he got arrested. Okay.
It's the brother.
No.
The son.
Billy was an old drunk.
And he's what?
He was an old drunk that was a friend of theirs that used to get in arguments with his wife.
And go up to their house.
Take him out, and he would go up there and sleep in one of the sheds on the property.
Got it. And who was Billy trying to touch?
Well, Billy has a house for grandma.
The grandma.
But then suddenly it's just, no, he has hots for grandma.
Got it. But what about the kids?
Oh, no. He wasn't around the little kids. His mom wouldn't allow that. Grandma.
Oh, no, he wasn't around the kids. His mom wouldn't let, whatever. What the fuck? It says grandma. So grandma wouldn't let him around the kids. I don't know. But yet, and still yet, you have the problem. The very real one that C and D and E's have continued to have contact despite being told not to do so after some revenge. Visiting, hanging out. For some reason, somebody wanting you to believe it. They grabbed Candace's phone, went all the way through it to see this message while she just casually walked to the vehicle and then had time to do all this shit. I bet somebody was told or seen a message on purpose. And somebody else come in and then, yeah, there's a whole lot of fuck shit up here. Whole lot of it. But yeah. All for their own reasons, I suppose. None of which are good.
So why would Dawn, in your opinion, call Candish while you're in the line at Walgreens to say there's some dude on the property wanting to touch the kids? Help me understand that.
I mean, at first I thought because he calls her like every 2 hours because he works.
Okay.
I thought he was just.
Man, a seasoned investigator, and he doesn't think it weird that nobody called the police, nobody rushed home then, and nobody did shit about whoever supposedly owned property. Makes perfect.
Doing his daily checkup.
Okay.
But then she told me about that. I was like, how does he even know that if he's supposedly working?
And what does she say?
And he says that she tells him about that. She tells him about that. Not overheard in the same building or anything like that. Candace tells him that.
I didn't say that. I was just saying in my mind.
And in your mind, what did you come to? What did you deduct?
Deduct? I thought that was just suspicious.
Really?
Yeah, and then later, when she called me and told me that happened, I was with my girl at the time, just hanging over in Bristol Park. Okay. She calls me while we pull up to that park. This is that Summer's missing.
So who were you kicking it with at the park?
Oh, just my girl.
Okay, just
and her mom and her brothers and her sister.
Okay, sure.
That was just it. We didn't talk about because she went to the ball field. Yep, she was at the ball field.
Okay, so before we get there, let's go back to the drive-thru at Walgreens. Then what happened?
Then we went. Well, she had to go get cigarettes because her mom went to cigarettes.
Where'd you get the cigarettes?
So you know that Walgreens, right? Yeah. So this is like daycare down there somewhere. Yeah, like kitty college.
Yeah, I saw it on the side, on the right.
Yeah, so there's a discount tobacco store. I think it's by McDonald's.
Okay.
And KFC. No, it's by Long John Silver's.
Okay, okay.
It's like right across from.
And where's Grandma sitting in the car?
No, she's sitting on the passenger side where she was sitting.
Okay. And where are you and where is Summer?
So we were sitting like, okay, so you know how there's like 3 seats in the back.
Behind Grandma or behind?
You know. Doing fuck shit like that's a good way to try to lure out certain people who are already taking exception to certain interviews. Yeah, just whatever. Pull them out in the open, sure. But the way in which that's done and then unedited pieces and all shown to terrorize, target, fuck the rest of us, you know, it's got a little different flavor on it. Let me show you what Web Sleuth Trisha did during these times and events and things.
Hey.
Now, you know most of her material about Chris has been taken down, but August 6th. She comes on with this 30-second whopper.
Everyone, just a quick note. Right now, over on It's a Crime with Linda, she's interviewing Chris from the interview room. And I think it's important that we all watch that show. We can discuss it tomorrow night. So we'll be back the same time tomorrow night. Scrappy Joe will be here the same time tomorrow night to annoy you and me and the world. But we love you. See you tomorrow. Go watch. It's going to be good.
Oh, yeah. It'll be good. Because in it, what happens is this. A few minutes in, bunch of bullshit. This happens.
At the other end, and then to the left, is a mattress, a big mattress. It's like a...
Also make note, we were not public. Okay.
Full-size mattress on the ground. And then there's two bunk beds. So, if there's 3 kids and all 3 of them can sleep in there. Okay. But then you have to ask yourself, which I did, in my opinion, who's sleeping upstairs in the other 2 bunk beds?
Right.
When you first come through the door, you see those bunk beds.
Why the fuck's he asking that when Candace and Dawn cleared that up from the get? Anyway, we're sleep arranged.
That's right there. And you think to yourself, okay, and I even asked, is this Summer's room? Is this where she sleeps? And she says, no, that's where the boys stay. And so I think the younger one and Summer were downstairs.
Yeah, she mentioned that. Yeah. And then the other 2 up. Okay, so now, okay. So really, we're looking at that one door.
Correct.
Right.
And the floor upstairs is just, plywood, right?
Yeah, didn't see
it's just a subfloor. Yeah, it's a 3/4 inch plywood subfloor with no carpeting, no nothing. And downstairs is just concrete. It's a concrete floor.
Okay, so just concrete. Okay, basement, regular basement to us Canadians up here.
Yeah.
Unless we finish it. Right.
Right.
Okay. I know many people in the States do not have basements, so I learned that a long time ago.
Correct.
Right, but Canadians. So, okay, so now that this one door, so really, and one thing that caught my eye is Candace saying sometimes, Summer will come outside and then she'll whip outside, either sit there or walk around back to her swing. So it's possible that she was opening or could have opened the door to go out there, from what Dawn and Candace said.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, Candace opened the door and, kind of described it as sometimes it's, easy, sometimes it's tough. I asked Dawn, does, the baby have an opportunity, she's strong enough to open this door? And, he said yes. And, she can even pull herself up,
Yeah.
Her full body weight.
Actually, that was on the WJHL interview with Candace and Dawn. Much like the idea that Summer could have been at the swing was. But here they are in August acting like this is all new information, or that Chris has gotten something new by Summer can pull herself up and whatever, right? But that was already on the WJHL interview. Months prior.
And so, there's been some discrepancies in relationship to whether the door was open, whether the door was closed, whether it was locked. So, there's a lot of, I guess we'd have to put it up on the board and say, what about this?
Yeah, I have been going through that, obviously.
The whole door locking shit's absurd at best anyway. You know, my eldest, when he was just a toddler, onesies broke. He could unlock the bottom, he could unlock the deadbolt, and know to get to the train. Alright, spare me this. The door locked or not, or it's such an absurd thing around here. It's ridiculously stupid and always has been.
There's some of the things, you know, how I like to connect some.
That's what we know about you, Miss Linda. You have an analytical mind. I said that from the day we met you. Yep. So
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and because I was away, I even purposely didn't watch. I purposely didn't. But then I came home and going, holy moly, I'm binge watching all this, and then a few times trying to get this all together. So forgive me if I have a zillion questions tonight, but I want to talk through this. And one of the things that I did notice was being, you know, not sure if it was locked or not, but Candace said she went through the door. And then Dawn was also saying, well, you know, sometimes tell the boys you have to keep the door shut. So it's kind of like I don't know, it's hard. I mean, at the same time, when you're in shock and you're trying to run and find your kid and trying to figure out where they are, you might not remember if it was locked or not. You just open the door, that's what you remember. So there's a few things, but man, I gotta say, like, thinking about, number one, there's 54 pedophiles in the area. Number two, I watched Dean and Greg's, I say Coop just like you, I only know the guy a couple times. I saw theirs, and they made some really, really, really great statements about the possibilities of, and the risk, you know, high risk versus low risk and all that. So it's very interesting to me about the possibilities, and that I heard Dawn, when was that video? 2 days ago, I think you put out that, or yesterday. Dawn talk about a coworker, which is very, very concerning. So maybe we can talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there are two coworkers.
Okay.
The first one is a guy that he fired, that he's been working with for 7 years. Okay.
Right.
And apparently this guy is, you know, crack-a-lack as much as he can into dope. Okay.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they hang out together. So, you know, he's kind of a creepy guy, right? And this is the guy that Don has put as the first suspect in line. I'm not going to give you his name because I don't, you know, that.
Yeah.
So that's the guy that Don felt was very suspicious, and that at some time early on, recently or thereabouts, he was on the property, and he apparently ended.
You might have to repeat that little last bit there, Chris.
And Chris's video was freezing up.
On stick.
But he's done got shit all the way fucked up, mixed up, within just a couple days there and giving out narrative shit. Now there's two fucking coworkers and got them all mixed up. And then that 7-year thing, you see, Dudley just started working back with them. But 7 years prior to that, they had worked together before. But here's old Chris saying he's not going to give out names. You know. You always wait to unbleep something and sell it off again for that. Anyway, Karen.
Okay, we might have to. Yeah, we missed you there on that one. So we have to go back to the one coworker, and that was all we got. Is it? No, I think you just have a little bit of connection because you're in the boonies. That's fine. Yeah, you're just in the boonies. That's why. So you cut off for a minute there.
Okay, so.
Sorry, one sec, Chris. It's not your microphone, it's your connection. Yeah, it's your connection. It's just a little bit wonky. I'm going to see if I can put that in the comments on the side here for you.
Testing.
There you go. That's better.
Can you hear it now? Okay.
Yeah, it was just connection.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Don't be sorry. It's okay.
Okay, so the second guy, or this guy that Don he fired him the day before.
Yes, the day before.
Well, okay, so this is the guy that he talks about as his number one guy, right?
Yes.
That he feels would have the motive to, for lack of a better term, right?
It's him.
If this is an abduction scenario.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying because you're cutting out, so I'm just going to reiterate that. So you're saying he got fired the day before, the coworker got fired, and this is number one suspect for in Dawn's mind. He said, this is number one guy to me. And okay, so now you keep going.
Okay, so number one guy for Dawn is this guy he fired. Okay. And so he feels that this is if there's an
it was an abduction, yeah.
Then the theory is this is the guy for revenge that would have done it. Okay. Now, after that is the second guy. Okay. The second guy is who's up on that property that day, or shortly there before, okay, is a guy that Don went to work with, and they shared a vehicle together.
Okay.
So when we talk about the risk level,
yep,
risk,
yeah,
a type of terrain. One of the things I can do is that type of event is highly risky for anybody that does not know the terrain.
Right.
So in what they call in a geographical profiling, okay, the suspect has to be comfortable with that terrain. So this is not somebody that just pulls up, parks in a driveway.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise. I know this is hard to hear, but it's important.
Yeah, it's important that y'all know JLR played fuck shit in the Sandy Hook thing. There you go. See algorithms, everybody.
The shooter who murdered
Walks up in the hill,
right,
and snatches a 5-year-old.
Right.
Very risky.
Right. And risky too, because mom's there, grandma's there, 3 boys are there, and the terrain, and you've got to get up that hill, right?
Yes.
And you have dogs.
Yep.
And it seems, right? So this is like, holy crap, if I'm the offender, he'd have to be pretty dang good. When you say, you'd have to be like stealth mode, Mission Impossible, almost.
Guaranteed.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 30 seconds. I'm going to drop out for a minute.
Yep.
I'm going to try to put a better hotspot on, so I'll come back in and we'll get these audio things fixed real fast, okay?
Okay. Yep. You do that. I'm right here, and I'll be chatting with the group.
I'll come right back to make this work.
I know you will.
Correctly.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all good. Okay. So while Chris is fixing that,
Don's bigger than you and he can do it. I said, okay. So I went down there, and it's probably 2.5 feet wide, thereabouts, maybe 30 inches wide, maybe 2 feet wide. And it's I'm not going to say it's a real steep, but it's steep to where if you've got to duck down, and then you've got to watch yourself going down because it's really dark. And when you get down to the bottom, there's a beam, a header beam, that you have to duck down, and so you're going down it, kind of compressing your body. Okay, and when you get down to the bottom, to the left, is mom and dad's room and that door at about 9 o'clock with the glass on it, which is their basement door. To the in the parents' room was a bed on the floor with blankets. There was a TV on, which was not pornography.
Right.
It was inappropriate behavior, obviously from stupid stuff, but
Girls
it wasn't
flashing.
pornography.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Ain't that something funny, though? Well, fucking commercial that airs for all of us around the country, whether they like it or not. My gosh. But then what that became around here, huh? What it was initially, even, should it even been mentioned? My gosh, there was a Girls Gone Wild commercial that came on a TV. Or whatever. Oh my god. Had to be mentioned, though, right? And then what's this realm run with? What if people let it run with?
You know, and then as you start scanning to the right and go to the 3 o'clock position, there's bunk beds, okay, where the boys could sleep, but there was also bunk beds upstairs when you first come in. So there's 4 sleeping areas, and then there's a mattress on that floor. Okay. Yes, you can't see it on the camera, but there's a mattress on that floor. Okay. So, and then to the right, against the wall, the far wall there, was all of Summer's toys. And then there's a rack, a multi-tiered rack that had Summer's toys, some videos. It had a TV at the very top. And, Candace was kind enough to show me, Summer's things. She likes Paw Patrol and little girl stuff, Barbies, and all of that stuff was there. You can't see it real well, okay? But it is there. And so on that far wall in that room, at about the 11 o'clock position, is a plug. I know some people think it's a camera. It's not a camera. It's a plug. Okay? And then behind me, about 6 o'clock, is a window with like a reflective piece of
outside.
Yeah, light reflection. So that was kind of making that room pretty dark. The room as a whole is very dark with no lights on it. I think Candace had one light on when I came down. That was already previous on when we turned the corner. But it was still very, very, very dark.
Yeah, and before we, so I want to keep talking about this, but something that comes to mind, because I understand that this house is not that big, right? It's like 800 square feet or something on the floor.
Yeah, it's a pretty humble abode.
So my question is the reason why the staircase is the way it is because if you put staircase down, you'd lose a lot of that square footage?
I just can't even with them, honestly, on this.
And that's why they have it like that, or I mean, I'm just curious. It's interesting.
I mean, that could be. I know they did the remodel. Candace shared with us, as you heard her, that they built, part of that, and then but they attached it to the house that existed. So that's where the basement is.
There was a trailer and the house that were connected. The trailer portion on it was knocked off. Then the addition on the side of the house is what was added. Carry on.
And they created that the basement. So
right. Okay.
Here's going. They created the basement. Okay.
So I see what you're seeing. So right where the extension is right where that.
Correct.
Okay, got you. Okay, so let's go back to the basement. So we're in the basement. It's very dark. I didn't recognize that there was bunk beds. It was hard to see in there. And so
anyway.
And he apparently ended. And he apparently we met you. Yep. So
yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and because I was away, I even purposely didn't watch. I purposely didn't. But then I came home and going, holy moly, I'm binge watching all this, and then a few times trying to get this all together. So forgive me if I have a zillion questions tonight, but I want to talk through this. And one of the things that I did notice was being, not sure if it was locked or not, but Candace said she went through the door. And then Dawn was also saying, well, sometimes tell the boys you have to keep the door shut. So it's kind of like I don't know, it's hard. I mean, at the same time, when you're in shock and you're trying to run and find your kid and trying to figure out where they are, you might not remember if it was locked or not. You just open the door. That's what you remember. So there's a few things, but man, I gotta say, like, thinking about, number one, there's 54 pedophiles in the area. Number two, I watched Dean and Coop, or Dean and Greg's. I say Coop just like you. I only know the guy a couple times. I saw.
Hold on. Alright.
Theirs, and they made some really, really, really great statements about the possibilities of and the risk, high risk versus low risk and all that. So it's very interesting to me about the possibilities. And that I heard Dawn, when was that video? 2 days ago, I think you put out that, or yesterday. Dawn talk about a coworker, which is very, very concerning. So maybe we can talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there are two coworkers.
Okay.
The first one is a guy that he fired, that he's been working with for 7 years. Okay.
Right.
And apparently this guy is, crack-a-lack as much as he can into dope. Okay.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they hang out together. So, he's kind of a creepy guy, right? And this is the guy that Don has put as.
Is everybody a creepy guy?
First suspect in line. I'm not going to give you his name because I don't, that.
Yeah.
So that's the guy that Don felt was very suspicious, and that at some time early on, recently or thereabouts, he was on the property, and he apparently ended.
You might have to repeat that little last bit there, Chris.
Something about Candace.
On stare.
Okay, we might have to. Yeah, we missed you there on that one. So we have to go back to the one coworker, and that was all we got. No, I think you just have a little bit of connection because you're in the boonies. That's fine. Yeah, you're just in the boonies. That's why. So you cut off for a minute there.
Okay, so.
Sorry, one sec, Chris. It's not your microphone, it's your connection. Yeah, it's your connection. It's just a little bit wonky. I'm going to see if I can put that in the comments on the side here for you.
Testing.
There you go. That's better.
Can you hear it now? Okay.
Yeah, it was just connection. It was connection.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Don't be sorry. It's okay.
Okay, so the second guy, or this guy that Don he fired him the day before. Okay.
Yes, the day before.
Well, okay, so this is the guy that he talks about as his number one guy, right?
Yes.
That he feels would have the motive to for lack of a better term, right?
So,
if this is an abduction scenario.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying because you're cutting out, so I'm just going to reiterate that. So you're saying he got fired the day before, the coworker got fired, and this is number one suspect in Dawn's mind. He said, this is number one guy to me. Okay, so now you keep going.
Okay, so number one guy for Don is this guy he fired. Okay. And so he feels that this is if there's
it was an abduction,
then the theory is this is the guy for revenge that would have done it. Okay. Now, after that is the second guy. Okay. The second guy is who's up on that property that day, or shortly there before, okay, is a guy that Don went to work with, and they shared a vehicle together.
Okay.
Imagine being a seasoned detective and somehow making Dudley two different guys, being wrong about the 7-year thing, mixing up shit to the degree to where you have Dobbs, some touchy-feely fella, creepy guys, and Dudley, all is, and of course by the time the age interview had been done. But some guy had been on property shortly there before, which means he knows Dobbs was there. Holy shit. And that Dawn had obviously talked about all that. In the phone call that had aired, they had the interview thing prior to this. And still having all this shit this fucked up. Making it seem like there's 90 everything's in play. And this wrong. Putting that on several names and several guys around everything. All at one time. All at one go. Well, you can't figure out how to get your vid to work appropriately in front of 173,000 people. But alluding to a creepy guy on property right before. At this point, August 6th, just puts it right back to the bullshit information interview, doesn't it? It's a way of pushing the Andy and the Billy and all the things, and somehow being such a jackass, you've got doubly separated into two and everything all wrong. Because we all know the 173,000 people on one place, let alone all the other hundreds of thousands at the peak, well before we were public. And there was really, well, I ain't gonna give their name, whatever, but everybody knew by Dawn by the point the name was. Wasn't no need, even when that thing ran and the words crossed screen and certain things marked out, everybody knew. And it wouldn't matter later on, would it? For Dudley, for everybody else. No matter the great deal, many of them, including Andy, weren't in or around that road and had alibis. It wouldn't matter. They'd all be made to look like all monsters or dopeheads their own variety. Fine, sure. But they are fine. But they were made to all look fucked up ways by adding the words creepy and somebody on the property and this, the other, and blah, 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 blah. And, by a great deal many. And despite all their old, I can't say about Dudley, I don't know about his proclivities. I can only speak to monsters. Obviously, we know Dawn's issues. They all have their own issues. That does not mean that any of them did anything to Summer on 15. Especially those that hold alibis. Much like we hear Dudley does. And like we know for a fact, Andy does. So, but this dude, C&D and all them, well before we were public, we're doing all this fuck shit. This group, this well-organized group online. And then Trisha webs loose. Sharing all the things with this one. Including people, teams, mods, advertising for, all the things. All the discords, all the ABs, all the things. All the things come together eventually. And you think at a certain point, like, man, is everybody really trying to get towards Chris? And you realize that no, they're already there. They're already with Trisha at Web Sleuths as well. And other places, but most notably there. They were coming from Chris, not all gearing towards him. They were coming from and out towards all of us. From there, from Web Sleuths, a whole hell of a lot of them sent to acquire all of us. Make us look all kinds of fucking ways. A whole bunch of people using these groups and whatever. And those acquiring to do their own bullshit. Many asked for them to do shit. I was not one of those. Nor have I been. There's only a certain select few around that hill that have, though, for all their own different reasons. And this group has gotten rewards from for doing certain shit. And that this group has profited off of very well throughout all the years. By being able to leash and whatever, and preferred meat. Also acquired a tamper with and all the shit. Well, they'll scream, "Where's Summer?" It's fucking atrocious. Imagine being it over and over and over. And y'all, I'll put it in the X. It's nothing but distraction anyway, right? No, I'm not playing any bullshit. Let's see.
I can't even imagine how it must be. But I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we have no baseline.
Either. Yeah.
But we don't know what he was like before Summer went missing. Mm-hmm. So we're just going by what we see. Thank y'all, and I would like to say,
I really appreciate you for calling in and being willing. Them and water them, and they'd rest, and they would go. And so I know that dogs run out their powers, and these dogs are all strays. So something goes running in the woods, it just makes perfect sister, right? Right. Place where he could say something without it.
Thank y'all, and I would like to say, love and prayers to everybody,
Several people said, yes, you did hear that right. And since then, there's been a little short clip of it being said. So it'll be interesting to see how Donald adapts to this little revelation. And my stream, can you just pop it in the comments, because it's a little bit of a test. I tried to do it overnight time a couple of weeks ago, and the internet must slow down overnight time because you can't, it wouldn't upload, it just kept buffering, and I didn't know until after I'd been sitting here talking for 25 minutes. So yeah, just let me know if it's not coming through. I would appreciate it. Did anybody happen to watch the interview rooms broadcast a couple of hours ago?
Yeah, Nemo watched the interview rooms broadcast a couple hours ago.
Did you hear Chris McDonough let out of the bag that Donald Wells now has a 17-year-old girlfriend? Yes, he does. I wonder if Candace is aware of this. If this is just next level, isn't it? Like, it just, I re-commented in his chat. The confirmation that I heard right, so it wasn't just me presuming that's what he said. And several people.
It was August 13th that happened.
Said, yes, you did hear that right. And since then, there's been a little short clip of it being said. So it'll be interesting to see how Donald adapts to this little revelation and what his excuse for this is. In the guise of he's employed her scenario. Let's see how that pans out. It will be interesting. So, yeah, another day, another.
Enhanced, are you not aware of this? Yeah, and our dear departed with big eyes.
Listen to the bombshell that Chris McDonough dropped last night.
I can't help but to keep talking about this. He just tried to say the nieces didn't say those things happened. His other incident was blown out of proportion, is being retracted. I'm not retracting anything. In fact, I'll double up on it. Okay? And I asked Don about his 17-year-old girlfriend that he's got working right now. Go over in that channel and put it in the chat. That's all I'm going to say.
And at that time, Don was, I believe, on shares. And he asked people to go put that into chat. Yep. Yep. But Chris is the one that said that shit too. All because he was pissy about a comment. A Cash App comment. Or what do you call them? Super chats, whatever. You got a little pissy and come out with that. Well, that's bullshit. And in defense of Niece's little love, well, tell him what. Y'all go over and ask him about his 17-year-old girlfriend he's got. Go put it in the chat over there. And then poof, there it is. Pretty sure Don had a 17-year-old girlfriend. Anything nefarious is going on after Summer vanished. He been jerked right up and cuffed. Just me though. Somebody probably instructed him to do that. Maybe it's Leslie Earhart or somebody though. Oh wait, no. No, according to them, no. Never, right? Makes perfect sense. I mean, you could tell immediately if you watch his demeanor, took exception to that comment, and then hit back with that bullshit. That wasn't a well-planned, orchestrated, working with feds, law enforcement to smoothly do things as a tool. To get shit straight close. Moment. That was something else.
Listen to the bombshell that Chris McDonough dropped last night.
I can't help but to keep talking about this. He just tried to say the nieces didn't say those things happened. His other incident was blown out of proportion, is being retracted. I'm not retracting anything. In fact, I'll double up on it. Okay? And I asked Don about his 17-year-old girlfriend that he's got working right now. Go over in that channel and put it in the chat. That's all I'm going to say.
Strange, isn't it? Maybe it's this one. Let's see. I'm itching bad. I think I've gotten into something.
Not include the astronomical amount of profit made from super chats and memberships. September 8th, 2021. His followers went spastic.
They blamed others but not McDonough for his own actions. 2. Terminated Chris McDonough's channel for multiple or severe violations of harassment, bullying, or right in the middle of producing part 2 of this series. YouTube terminated Chris McDonough's channel for multiple or severe violations of harassment, bullying, or threatening. His followers went spastic. They blamed others but not McDonough for his own actions. This video will address the termination and reinstatement of Chris McDonough, how he falsely accused an innocent Twitter user, how he manipulated his followers, how he directed his followers to harass, bully, and threaten innocent social media users, and the legal ramifications of his reinstatement. We start with the amount of money McDonough was making from YouTube subscriptions and views. This does not include the astronomical amount of profit made from super chats and memberships. September 8, 2021, McDonough had approximately 10,000 subscribers with 1.5 million monthly views. 1.5 million times 0.004 equals $6,000 monthly income. As his subscribers and/or his views increase, so does the monthly income. Now, we will demonstrate one clear way in which McDonough manipulates his followers. He tells his followers they will analyze quote together unquote. Then, he states he will not be paying attention to the chat. This gives his viewers the false sense that his opinions are their opinions and that they had a part in the analyzing. He does this so subtly that his followers are unaware of what just happened. Please keep in mind, McDonough is a master manipulator. He has made his entire career from manipulating. It is not illegal for a detective to lie to individuals. It is common practice in investigations.
And what we're going to do is, together, we're going to analyze a lot of tweets. So what I'm not going to focus on right up front is, unfortunately, the chat, okay? Because I'm going to be really focused here tonight to show where I think the evidence is taking us.
He states,
he's going to focus where he thinks the evidence is taking us. Right? Bless.
He will show where he thinks the evidence is taking quote us unquote. He's reinforcing that his idea of evidence is their idea of evidence and no one should question it. He is the only one capable of determining evidence, right? After all, he's the expert, right? Even though early in his career, a $7.2 million lawsuit was won against his bad evidence. The judge stated that the 3 boys were factually innocent, which is rare for a judge to state. To this day, McDonough has not admitted to his flawed interrogation tactics pertaining to the Michael Crow case.
The interrogation of Michael Crow was highly coercive and confrontational.
Just tell us what happened. You keep asking me questions I can't answer. What do you want me to do?
Michael Crow is 14 years old, and he's recently learned that his sister, who he loves dearly, is dead.
I have a right to.
He's told them repeatedly he didn't do this. They keep accusing him. They've been in this room with him for many hours. The detective tells Crow he has a choice of 2 paths. If he doesn't confess, he'll be punished in an adult prison. If he does confess, he will get help. This is a lie.
There's 2 paths to travel. There's the path of punishment, or there's the path that says, hey, I'm sorry for what I did.
There's the path toward rehabilitation. If he makes the confession they're looking for that he killed his sister.
We need to go down a path where we're going to help you work this problem out.
And his repentance will mean that he's not criminally charged or punished. If he doesn't, then he will go to a hardcore juvenile prison. This 2 paths lie is an attempt to force Crow into confessing to the murder of his sister. Lies used in this highly coercive manner increase the risk of the suspect making a false confession. Another common tactic used in coercive interrogations is a sustained attack on a suspect's memory.
I don't remember what I did. I tried to tell you. You say I did it.
He's trying to tell them he has no memory, but they've beaten him down. He's crying. They're accusing him of selective memory.
I don't know.
And they're just coming back at him relentlessly.
I can't remember means I can't remember. I can't remember selectively is a little bit different.
And here they're trying to explain to him how he could have done this in the absence of having any memory, because he keeps saying, I didn't do it, I don't have any memory of this.
I think there's 2 parts to Michael.
There's a good Michael and there's a bad Michael. And the good Michael, we never hurt or kill his sister. The bad Michael did it out of conscious awareness.
You're right, it's unconscious, but if I'm the good Michael right now, then the other I can't remember.
What's really going on though here is that this is nothing short of child abuse.
Hey, do you think Web Sleuth, Trisha and all the bazillions in her group, not her YouTube, her group, do you think they were unaware of all this as they built up McDonough? And then they all shared the same mods, and everybody else French holders, the pennies, the Scots, the Q car locks, and all that. And that was even after his channel came back, right after Benny supposedly took it down with a bunch of trolls and mass report and whatever. Whole axe rocks, all these other things taking place. His bullshit around potatoes and all that, And then when I start mentioning it, all the wrenches go away. Boy, they're all pissed the next day. Anyway, all the same crew hanging around all the same places, right? Ain't something. ABs, TMs, Scots, pennies, Qs, etc., etc., etc. It's like the worst high branch holders around there. Websley's and McDonald. Trisha's so proud of it, she made sure to mention it more a few times. Chasing, etc. But then later on, when shit gets deep, Trisha pulls all the way. It's like, oh, I deleted all this material. We're in the Jamie Wilson thing. We're so sorry to Jamie for what the public's done to him and the danger and risks it's caused him and whatever. And that should never be done to anybody. And all these theories, you just put them out the facts, so shit, right? Much like she eventually, even though she done the same to Dawn with everybody and McDonough, she eventually goes and apologizes to Dawn. What, last year? Arkansas thing? I don't know. Make sure to mention, much like fake fights mentioned. Oh, I'm no longer friends with MGL or whatever. Come trust me. Bullshit, but it says the same to Dawn, like she did to Jamie. Also bullshit. She's so sorry for putting McDonough and perpetrating it upon the world. Then what does she do the other night with Chris and Seth? And then tells them they just need to deal with it. This is about smash, this is about whatever, blah, blah, and stop the rumors. But yet, during that, it was very manipulative. What Trisha and they were doing? Oh, absolutely. There's other parts of the team in Hive are in Seth's ear. And Chris has a right to feel the way he feels, and everybody, and their precious behavior panel's already said all three are innocent from as far as they can tell, and all have taken polygraphs and passed. Makes you wonder why in the hell we're even here. You wanna know why? Because these people are being psychologically, emotionally manipulated and destroyed in the real world by what you all are doing online, about the way these creators and their little tribe of merry idiots hunt, acquire, terrorize, get in the ears of, and destroy real lives, whether Chris, Seth, or Katie are online or not. These people are gonna put it out, and these people do care. Obviously, as most would to any group, whether you were weird or not, or a Ben Hill nut or not, or whatever, right? Clean the spick and span reputation ever or not, you would care. And if people are doing that and say that, it would bother you. You know it would. And you try to go, no, this is not who we are. This is not what this is. And you speak out about it. No, with this group, you can't do that. It means you're taking light and attention off of whatever child is, and it shouldn't be about you. And people are allowed to do this shit to you and speak and say where the fuck they want. And you have no right to feel any type of way about it. And if you do, then that means that you're raging or you're out there. Oh my gosh. Alright, look at you. You're XYZ because you're fighting back against that bullshit. Because you're trying to correct it. Because you. Whatever. This entire group. This section of true crime mindfucks and manipulates not just everybody around all these cases, tampers with everyone, including law enforcement, courts around these cases. They tamper with and mindfuck and emotionally and mentally manipulate you all as members in chat as well. They do it every damn day, all day long, and they make bank off of it. Seems like a good motive to me, don't it? You. Anyway, you think all websites, they can tell what color our piss is and have all these people around the country ensconced in these professions and everywhere else pulling medical records illegally, having CPS shit, but feeding out info to these groups behind the scenes and all sorts of shit. Do you think, with all the shit and their capabilities and their hacking and all the shit, I mean, they really do have real fucking hackers. Do you think they're unaware of all the shit before they build up McDonald's? No. No. For all the mods start doing all these things.
And he's having a breakdown. He's crying. He is psychologically tortured. This is a painful scene to watch. This is an egregious interrogation. Absolutely awful interrogation.
The guy on the right in the interrogation is Chris McDonough. This was the same manipulation McDonough used on his YouTube followers in a milder but just as effective form. Implying, if you agree with me, you're one of the good guys. And, if you disagree with me, you're a troll and need to be chastised, berated, embarrassed, harassed, bullied, threatened, and doxxed. Good Michael gets help, but bad Michael gets punished.
My reaction was that they ripped out Michael Crow's heart on camera. It was the most horrible interrogation I've ever watched because of what they did to that child.
And the reason you have not heard directly from the police or district attorney in this story is because they have refused to comment on this case since the families of the teenage defendants filed a federal lawsuit against them. The suit seeks compensation for the harm done to their sons by illegal interrogations and the resulting false confessions. A year earlier, on the same night Stephanie was murdered, neighbors of the Crow family had complained to police about the intrusive behavior of a transient. Richard Raymond Tuitt, 28, was knocking on neighbors' doors looking for an old girlfriend.
This was such a strong DNA result, Jen, you could rule out anybody who ever walked on the planet Earth as a donor of this blood, except Stephanie Crow.
And Stephanie on Tuitt's shirt seemed set in a splatter pattern. When consistent with the violence having occurred, the case is dismissed. Detective Chris got a call to this radio show to defend his role in the interrogation process.
I did not wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and sit down and say, you know what, today's the day I'm going to plant and frame Joshua Tremblay for murder.
Well, I don't think anybody, I don't think anybody is saying that this is born of hostility rather than stupidity.
Well, in the interrogation process.
I did not wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and sit down and say, you know what, today's the day I'm going to plant and frame Joshua Treadway for murder.
Well, I don't think that anybody, I don't think anybody is saying that this is born of hostility rather than stupidity.
McDonough would strike another YouTube content creator's channel for copyright violation just to obtain their personal information to be able to dox them. This way he could get their information without a search warrant and without probable cause. McDonough was in his glory not being required to prove to a judge probable cause. Doxing is publishing private or identifying information about a particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. McDonough did not stop there. He would run a background check and contact his buddies in the FBI. Also, McDonough created a Discord account named Trolls to obtain IP addresses for individuals that he could not claim copyright violations on. Then, he could obtain their information by their IP address. Notice how Steve Johnson smirks when McDonough says, quote, because it gives you a place to vent, unquote.
If you're new to my channel, I have something just for you if you're trolls. Okay? It's my Discord channel. I actually have a room over there that you can go over there and, you know, just throw it everywhere you want. Okay, I'm good with that because it gives you a place to vent. Okay? And also I keep people saying, well, how can you turn off your comments? Because I don't think it's fair to Summer. Okay, that you get an opportunity as a sociopath to sit behind your keyboard and blast away at a 5-year-old little girl who's missing.
Steve Johnson very well knows McDonough is lying about the purpose of his Discord account. McDonough turned off his comments on his videos so his followers would not learn the truth about any of his wrongdoings and to encourage anyone that didn't agree with him to go into his Discord so he could obtain their IP address. It had absolutely nothing to do with Summer Wells. Then, he proceeds to call anyone that has an opinion that doesn't match his a sociopath. Steve Johnson laughs at that. And, every viewer knows if they say the wrong thing, McDonough will deem them a sociopath. And Steve Johnson will help chastise them.
And mods, if you can kind of take a look at some of these folks who are just, you know, firing away, that's okay that they do, because that's the other reason I turn off the replay chat. So you just kind of go become anonymous, as that guy says, right? You just go away. And like we said in the beginning, guilt or innocent is not our responsibility, and nor will it ever be.
I agree with McDonough about his statement on guilt or innocence. He has no concern about innocence. We saw this in the Michael Crow interrogation. McDonough is out for convictions, not justice. Guilt, innocence, and justice doesn't play a part with him obtaining a conviction. It's scary that he was in our justice system for 40 years. Do you honestly think McDonough really cares about Summer Wells when he has no concern about guilt, innocence, and justice? Do you honestly think McDonough really cares about Summer Wells when he had no concern for innocent 14-year-old Michael Crow? McDonough targeted an innocent Twitter account, and that was the final blow of why his channel was terminated by YouTube. McDonough claimed the Twitter account was Brian Laundrie of the Gabby Petito case. He harassed, bullied, threatened, and attempted to dox the innocent Twitter user.
Now, this slide is addressed to Mr. Anonymous. You see, what hasn't happened here so far is we have a gentleman saying it's not him, so he's anonymous. Okay? So I don't know who Mr. Anonymous is yet. Okay? I'm following the evidence. The evidence speaks for itself currently. So
please, Mr. Anonymous, don't send me an email from an encrypted end-to-end email server out of Switzerland and expect me to believe you. I'm just asking, why don't you just come out of the shadow, present your true identity, and prove you own the account?
McDonough admits he does not know the identity of the person that the Twitter account belongs to. He claims that it's evidence the account belongs to Brian Laundrie. McDonough wants the Twitter account user to prove to McDonough who he is. It's none of McDonough's business. McDonough has no authority.
If you're a former law enforcement officer, like you say you are, then I'm going to ask you to please call the FBI and have them call me. You haven't given me your true identity in terms of your ID number and your agency that I'm aware of, that you said you worked at. Because of that, I feel that maybe, people are wondering about you, why you haven't fully been transparent.
No one on social media is obligated to be transparent to McDonough. McDonough is not above the law. Cyberbullying is a crime in most all states in the U.S. Yet, McDonough continues to goad the Twitter user into doxing himself to the world. McDonough's cyberbullying backfired and he was terminated from YouTube.
And what I want you to do tonight is collectively think through what you're going to see here tonight. Okay? And as we go through this, I want you to notice, a couple of things. I want to hear your opinions.
Quote, as we go through this, unquote, and, quote, I want to hear your opinions, unquote. McDonough, did you forget that you said you were not going to pay attention to the chat? Did you forget you turned off comments on your videos? Did you forget how many videos you chastised and berated your viewers in for having an opinion? Remember your Discord? Now, we will continue with McDonough's harassment, bullying, and threats of the innocent Twitter user.
Today I was, supposed to, all the other videos were supposed to come down. Well, they're not. They're still there. Go look at them.
Nope, they're not there. The other videos about the Twitter user were not up at the time he posted his video stating they were. Notice how he stuttered.
Imagine that. Much like the Moselle videos, right? Where it would show that there's connections between Moselle, Penny, AB, what was done with our paperwork after they had our abuser give it to them, videos that came next, and me going to the room making an emoji, Karen timing me out, because they were still continuing to Moselle on a time or two. And then they hit all those, make it look like nobody had ever known Moselle at all, in the least. Penny being hella confused at times as to why McDonough denied, lied back, etc. Discord rooms. Or why it was he wouldn't come full tilt out and him and Josh eat me alive. See, there's where Penny fucked up. She thought I couldn't hear. Or her confusion. Or her anger. Probably because she thought she had backup people to protect her from all the fuck shit. I heard you just fine, Penny. Maybe you should have slowed your fucking up.
Through that lie, McDonough proceeds to pick apart every tweet of the innocent Twitter user's account, trying to prove to his followers that the account belongs to Brian Laundrie. And he attempts to psychologically evaluate the Twitter user as having mental issues.
About RVs. So it looks like he's traveling, or this person is traveling. August 12th, 3:36. Don't let an inanimate object control your mental health. Never. So that is what I'm seeing as potentially the first indication that this individual is having potentially behavioral issues with, psychology.
Further, McDonough repeatedly tries to demonstrate throughout his video that the time of day the user chooses to tweet means that he is Brian Laundrie and that he has mental issues.
And you're going to notice a very succinct pattern here. Okay? You're going to see that these tweets go from afternoon to early morning to afternoon to early morning consistently.
McDonough subtly implies that the Twitter user is an alcoholic because he tweeted the Serenity Prayer. The Serenity Prayer is a prayer written by the American theologian Reinhold Niebuhr. Niebuhr composed the prayer in 1932-33. The prayer was adopted by Alcoholics Anonymous. It was, also, used in the 1944 Book of Prayers and Services for the Armed Forces. Notice how McDonough does not refer to the prayer as the Armed Forces Prayer, or, even, the Alcoholics Anonymous Prayer, but simply as the Alcoholics Prayer. Then he says, quote, right, unquote, to manipulate viewers into agreement.
On the 17th, at 12:21, serenity, courage, wisdom. Post pictures that say, God grant me serenity. This is the, Alcoholics Prayer, right?
In the next clip, He accuses the Twitter user of being stressed, having control issues, and anger issues with absolutely no proof.
Follow your peace. And he posts a picture, the person posts a picture of a dove. Now, I'm starting to get a picture of somebody who is extremely stressed to the max here, to the max. Okay? They're starting to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 2:24 in the morning on the 22nd. Control your words and your thoughts. Those in control feel free and joyful and are humble and do not exalt themselves. Is he having a control issue?
Very religious wording.
Is he having or she having anger issues?
In the next clip, the Twitter user tweets about respect and refers to someone that doesn't respect you, but demands respect from you, as a narcissist. That a narcissist has low self-esteem, are usually bullies, and feeds their ego by trying to make others feel less than. The first thing McDonough does is try to prove he's not a narcissist. He's not a narcissist because his wife says so. Kind of in the same way a racist tries to prove they are not a racist by saying, because I have a black friend. Many people disagree with McDonough. They see narcissistic traits.
You know, you should really be present, or should have been, at the times when I would repeatedly ask Chris about why we were sent messages about Tiffany having Chase stalk us at Chris's behest and feedback things to Chris. Right? You know what I got? Straight deflection every time. It was an immediate stoppage, a weird pause first time. Next times, it was all, oh no, it was an immediate. No, when you know what they say, when you become the news and it takes off whatever, let's just keep it about summer, let's just keep it about summer. I don't want to be, the attention, I don't want the attention on me, I want it on summer. That type of shit. It's a simple yes or no, man. Did you do this or did you not? Did you know about this or did you not? Went in front of the world, it went in YouTube clicks and views, it was just me asking you person to person. What the hell is this? And damn, you'd think if you were law enforcement or whatever, concerned about your reputation, you wouldn't want this shit out there, man. Why would people be playing fucks like that? Shouldn't you be a little angry? Shouldn't you be wondering why Tiffany and Brad are doing this and it's being told it's under your name? And at your request and such, and all the information, all of this is going back to you? All this, right? Shouldn't you be concerned about it? You'd think you would be. Nope. Nope. I got, instead of a direct yes or no or holy shit, can you send me that? Can you send me these pieces you have? That way I can turn them into law enforcement or 123 FBI or cyber crimes or whatever else, and we can all figure out together who's fucking tampering in or around Summer's case. Because you'd think for your Chris McDonough or otherwise, you'd be worried about that. Means people will be using your name to fuck around in Summer's case, wouldn't it? You wouldn't want that to be the case. You'd want to be like, oh hell no. Especially with past reputations and just coming off that pedo and also shit and laundry, all the things, right? You'd be hella concerned about that. You'd want things sent to you to where you could take care of that, handle it before it got on hand. I couldn't even get a straight yes or no. I got pure deflection. To me, that sort of speaks volumes. I know y'all have seen some of those messages a million times. I've shown Tiffany verified it was her number. And yeah, they can make up shit around here. Sure. Hey, but when you combine that with the fact of Chase and the feds know and this knows and here's this cockamamie bullshit theory around Grandis and rewards and all this shit running supreme and sold off and all these things, and him saying the feds know and this person knows and top officials, but then he has to contact Q and through the Slay character, to figure out what to say, and then for them to copy and paste back in until tell him what to tell feds, and that's through a Penny Scott Q Stacy Slay Avenue, and it just gets real weird around here, doesn't it? Oh man. Anyway, you'd think you'd want anything like that being done in your name or being told to one of us to be stopped. You'd be hella concerned about it. And since I asked in a private setting and not out here in front of the world, do you think I could have gotten a direct answer, or that person should have been concerned about that, or that we were being made to believe them if it weren't true? I would be worried about that if people I was trying to talk to or interview, or any of that, were being sent or told or such things. You'd think you'd want to be like, well, hell no, that ain't me, bro. That ain't whatever. Can you send me this so we can work this out with police or law enforcement or whatever? And that's what I would have done. And I would have given a direct response, a yes or no. I wouldn't have deflected from that question each and every time it is. And almost don't put a tone behind it. Right. Deflecting to go, just do my job and the news is on me or whatever, and it ain't the right place. We're trying to keep it on. It's bullshit. It's lame. Behind the scenes and in private settings. Shouldn't there be any issue with any of that? And there should have been concern about it. Should have been concerned with somebody whose image especially has been tarnished before by their own fuckery and whatever the hell they played with around those like keys and stuff. You know. And this realm and these players and these tools. You think you'd want to shut all that shit down and let anybody you're trying to talk to around any of these cases know that that's fuck shit, know it needs to be turned in, know this thing is right. That way we know that, well, okay, this person ain't got shit to do with none of that, whatever. Nope. I can't explain it. I can think about it, though. It doesn't take super genius. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. Just doesn't sit right, does it? Also doesn't sit right with me that everybody from the get-go, they want everything from me, my children, others, that sometimes we can't even get so much as a basic yes or no, even in private settings. Can't get shit but deflection, lies, tragedy, shit, bullshit, garbage, fucked with more. They want everything from all of us and can't even give us a simple yes or no. I can't stop playing stupid fucking games long enough to actually be of help. Not one of these son of bitches in this room ever slows down enough to go, hey man, what if we're just human to other humans and we talk to them? And we really try to fucking help. I ain't met one yet. Anyway, this day, though it looks like I've been live for 8+ hours, a whole good portion of this has been the emergency situation out here again and having to come and go and come and go, and it's not quite as nice and neat as needed to be, but right now, once again, I do have to go. Little and I have something to do together. And I'll be back because we are not done with this in the least. Not even a month. You know, I'll tell you that in talks behind here and such. So much funky, so much Denmark, so much immediate. Look, I'm being human and real with you. Please do not do X, Y, Z to me. And then that was instantly done. And then sleight of hand tricks, like with phone numbers and all kinds of shit. Or It demanded of me at times. I better fucking answer the phone when people call or whatever. Never to ignore them again. Never do that. I mean, it's hot. Y'all won't ever see me balk like a pissed off horse or a bull in a field that can't be tamed or broke. Say some fuck shit to me like that in the tone that was said to me in, and as a male, and you'll see it. Ain't no need to play a fuck shit game, and even I'm smart enough to know you ain't a real cop. You can't talk to me like that or demand that of me. Real cops feds know they don't have to talk to me like that, nor have they ever. And I've not heard them do so to anybody else around Summer's case either. There's no, you'll fucking answer when, whatever, don't ignore me again, answer when I call. They ain't none of that. They call, we answer. Turn calls, they knock on doors, we answer. They're human with us, dude. They do their jobs. There are obviously gray areas in there. They can do whatever, but and if they demand things of us, we comply. But people online and those with channels and YouTube personalities have no right to demand shit of us or expect whatever of us. Or when we get the funny smells off of them, do we need to comply or give them everything we know about jack shit anything? Especially once we smell that they're off, or maybe know they might be a little off before we're ever public. Now we see that worsen throughout the years as we hunt backwards and forwards, all the little things in between. Because some of us do give a shit about summer. June 15th. And we also have a right to care about what's being done to all of us in and around this community, each other, law enforcement, courts. How far, dark and deep these groups go. Not just in Summer's case, but in all cases. And we have a right to speak out and to try to change it and to make people aware of it. And we have a right to feel some type of way about so many destroying other real human beings who most often come here, get roped in, or get worms in there, like maybe Don or Seth or others, or even myself. Think of all the world has a bigger picture. Our real neighbor, real somebody. They'll leave us alone in a bit. They'll help missing, murdered, whatever it is around in these cases. This is where real humans meet real monsters. And can't find a human one amongst them to really help. It's not use them, not to destroy them, but just be human to human. No spy games, no bullshit, no super cyber stupid sleuthing. Um, I'll be back. Alright, so thanks for hanging with me for whatever portions was actually here today. In this one, I know, like I said, it reads 40 bazillion hours long, but what's in here is actually not that much. But yeah, we're not done here. And I'll be back. So anyway, we'll end this one with, asking you all, as always, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. And also share Summer's picture, information, and color by her name. Okay? Anyway, y'all enjoy your evening, mornings, nights, whatever. In case, I don't get back here because health or some other weirdness. It has been a really weird day. Anyway, so I can't guarantee from moment to moment. But I am going to try to get back here and finish this. Finish in quotation marks. Anyway, I'll be back.